Brutal Minotaur Love by Celeste King.
Book 5 of Minotaurs of Protheka.
All she knew was being Taneil's faithful servant.
Yet when she's earned her freedom, it's not as liberating as she thought.
See, her heart is bound to her Minotaur master.
So when he offers her a new gig of being his sidekick on his most recent quest,
she accepts without hesitation.
There's no denying the sparks between them.
But will those sparks create a blazing inferno of love?
Or burn out before it ever starts?
Get your hands on all the smoldering details YouTube won't let us show.
Head over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 to receive a 30% discount on all digital content.
Do us a solid and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. That way we can continue to bring you full free audiobooks straight to your listening ears.
You're listening to Celeste King's Brutal Minotaur Love. Chapter 1. Bella. The flickering light of the lanterns swaying from the hooks on the ceiling cast an eerie glow around the cabin, only adding to the strangeness of the tattered map before us. If Vorel is at a loss with this thing, I don't know how we're supposed to riddle it out. I groan as my eyes skim over the map's surface for the umpteenth time tonight. Vorel has been indispensable to the crew of the Star Treader in his years as our navigator, and Taneil and I had desperately hoped his obsession with maps would be able to shed some light on the strange document before us. Unfortunately for all of us, he was as much at a loss as we are, though he was far more delighted about it. After we practically shoved the purple-scaled Naga navigator from the room, Taneil and I were left with nothing but flickering light and more questions as we tried to sort out the image before us. "Let's start from the beginning," Taneil says, rubbing his hands over his face with a long-suffering sigh. I settle into the chair beside him with a huff, propping my elbow on the table and cupping my face in my hand. It's going to be a long night. "So this is where the whirlpool spit us out into the undersea," Taneil says gruffly, jabbing a furry finger toward an outcropping of stalagmites etched in fine ink on the map. I nod my agreement, although it's about the only thing we can agree on when it comes to this God's forsaken map. "If this is where we entered," he continues, dragging a finger along the surface of the map, "then this must be the island where the Selkies are keeping the arcane engine." Taneil's finger halts over a small island past an outcropping of more illustrated stalagmites. I begin shaking my head furiously, exhausted with the back and forth of this, but refusing to yield when I know he's wrong. "It would be if you didn't insist on keeping the map upside down," I clip back, shoving a finger at an island outcropping in the opposite direction. "This is the island where the Selkies attacked us. The coastline was more curved than that one's," I say, as I motion toward the island Taneil is pointing at. Taneil growls his frustration, his hands balling into fists as he inhales deeply through his nose. "Except the curvature of the coastline wouldn't be visible at this scale," he grumbles, his blue eyes hard as they find mine. "We don't know what the scale of this map is," I exclaim as I throw my hands out exasperatedly. "So then it's perfectly reasonable to assume that it wouldn't be visible," Taneil retorts. "Just because we don't know doesn't mean you're automatically right." I grumble at him as I turn my eyes back toward the map. Taneil might not be used to anyone calling him on his crap, but that doesn't mean I'm going to yield ground to him when I'm certain he's wrong. I'm not in the business of soothing his ego just because he's the captain. He named me first mate for a reason, and he's far too stuck in his ways for his own damned good. "Just humour me," I say, trying to adopt a gentler tone. "Let's say I'm right. Let's say that this is the island Tryon led us to, and where we discovered the Selkies' plot. That would make this island," I say as I slide my finger further to the left. "The sanctuary, where we dropped off the prisoners we rescued from the Selkies. Which would make sense, considering the amount of shipwrecks detailed around it," I say, as I shoot a pointed look at Taneil. "Those could be just decoration," he huffs. "And besides, there are shipwrecks all over the damned map, including right here." Taneil huffs as he jabs a finger at the island he thinks is the sanctuary. But if I'm right, I push forward, ignoring him. Then we should be on course for this island. We don't know what could be waiting for us there, but we need to prepare the crew just in case. And bring everybody in on the map, I add. You're not right. We're here, Taneil insists, jabbing a finger into the middle of an open expanse of water. We won't hit land for days, maybe a week or more, so there's no need to worry anyone. We stare in silence at one another over the map, neither one of us willing to back down from the challenge. The dark patch over Taneil's eye creases as his brows pull together while he looks at me, the black fur only serving to highlight the vivid blue of his eyes. The dim light of the lantern casts a flickering, hazy glow as it reflects off of the stark white fur across his head and poking out from beneath the neck of his tunic, his spiralling horns looking even more deadly as his eyes narrow slightly at me. The intensity of our staring turns heated as we gaze at each other, the challenge in Taneil's eyes turning hungry. I gulp, blinking against the sudden swell of desire rising in my chest as I look back to the map. You're wrong, I mutter as I clear my throat, trying to force my focus back to the task at hand. The map is upside down. You don't know that. I do know that, I snipe, suddenly feeling frustrated. Even with all of the heat and history between us, Taneil never seems to be able to trust me fully, not unless he agrees with me. I'm the captain of this ship. I have the final say. And I say you're wrong, Taneil growls as he rises to his feet, the finality in his voice only stoking the flames of my rage. You're only pulling rank because you can't stand that I'm right, I retort, suddenly on my feet. For once in your life, just listen. No, you listen. Taneil bites, his voice growing louder with every passing word. You are a member on this ship, and whether you like it or not, I have the final say. You're not right purely because you want to be. This map stays here and under wraps, and that is a final. I blink at his volume, at the sheer fury rolling off of him, and something in me snaps. I'm done, I say simply, turning away from him and striding toward the door. When we're topside again, find yourself a new first mate. I don't wait for him to respond before I'm out the door, slamming it behind me. The cool night air envelops me as I reach the deck, and I inhale deeply, screwing my eyes shut against the pricking tears. After a few cleansing breaths, I open them again, stowing away those weak, useless feelings in a little box deep inside me. I raise my eyes, looking for the stars out of sheer habit, only to find specks of the bioluminescent lichen that dot the undersea's rocky canopy. Vibrant, glowing blues, greens and purples swim above my head, only enhancing my growing feelings of being out of place. At least the ceiling of this hellhole is visible tonight. I think darkly as I make my way towards the prow. If it even is night. Time seems to pass differently here, although that's likely just due to the absence of the sun and stars and sky. Bioluminescent life is the only source of light, and as far as we can tell, certain types of the glowing plants seem to be synced with the world above, glowing more brightly or in different colours in time with the rising and setting sun on the surface. I sigh and lean over the prow of the Star Treader, watching as the hull cuts through the inky black water below. It's been years since I signed on as an official member of the crew, although I first came onto the ship as an indentured servant to Taneil. Once my indentured status concluded, however, I couldn't think of anywhere else I could possibly call home. Taneil, while a complete grouch, had always been fair and kind, and treated me like I was worthy of respect even with my lowered social standing. I learned to love this ship, the sea, the constant change and adventure that came with a life far from land. But now I'm beginning to wonder if I made the right choice all of those years ago. I wouldn't trade the adventures I've had for anything, of course, but things are just so complicated now. After all of these years, things between Taneil and I have become different, strained in ways they weren't before. The first time I saw Taneil, I was swept off my feet. The Minotaur is attractive, anyone can see that. But there was something about him that called to me, that made me feel like my life was just beginning. Sometimes I still feel that way. I drop my head into my hands with a groan, wishing I could simply squeeze all of these useless sentimentalities out of it, like squeezing the juice from overripe fruit. The tension between Taneil and I seems to grow every day, but any time I'm around him, I always walk away more confused than I was when things started. He's attractive and kind and strong. He pushes me and challenges me in ways I never thought possible. But he's also stubborn and willful, and genuinely believes he knows better than everyone else. It's absolutely infuriating. Some small part of me wonders if maybe I only ever signed on to be a crew member, in the hopes that whatever there is between Taneil and I would blossom into something more tender. I snort to myself, shaking my head. How absolutely stupid can I be? Taneil is beautiful, sure, but romance is out of the question. I could never be with someone who doesn't see me as an equal or value my input. And besides, Taneil couldn't be less interested in me if he tries. He wouldn't want someone so prickly anyway. Logically, a bitter part of me whispers. Sometimes I look at Sandra and Tregan and feel like I could scream. They're so happy together, and the way that they look at one another. It's enough to break my heart. I can't help but wish Taneil and I could be like that, as silly as it is. But Taneil and I would never work. There's been a handful of times in the years we've spent together where it seemed like it could be possible, where his eyes soften as they meet mine, or he steps closer to me in quiet moments, as if all he could ever want is to be near to me. Then, as quick as it happens, all of that tenderness disappears, and we're right back to where we started. Sometimes I think he can't stand me at all, that I'm nothing but a thorn in his side. The sting of that thought feels too raw to bear, and I turn away from the prow, trudging back toward my cabin. My body is too heavy, my mind too numb to sit here and mull all of this over any more than I already have. Sleep beckons to me as I cross the threshold into my room, kicking off my boots and crawling into my bed to eke out a few hours of restless sleep. I meant what I'd said to Taneil, even if it wasn't for the reasons I'd said. I'm done being first mate. I can't take this torturous psychic limbo with him anymore. As sleep sweeps in to claim me, my mind slows, circling back on one thought over and over again. I'd rather take on 1,000,000 Selkies and 1,000 arcane engines than try to riddle out the secret of Taneil's feelings, or my own.
Chapter 2. Taneil. I don't sleep a wink. Instead, I stay in the cabin that serves as my office through the night, staring with unseeing eyes at the map and hearing Bella's voice ring in my ears. Find yourself a new first mate. I sweep the map off the table with a growl, sending it fluttering to the ground as I turn to look out the porthole at the undersea and the glowing lichen creeping over the cavern ceiling beyond. Some of the lichen is beginning to warm in hue, turning from sleepy blues and purples to glowing oranges, signifying that daytime is near. The rest of the crew will begin to wake soon, and the watchmen we have stationed overnight will be returning to their respective cabins as the ship wakes up. I'm not ready to deal with anyone else yet, but I know all too well that sulking in my cabin will only serve to bring me unwanted visitors. I huff in frustration, snatching up the map off the floor and rolling it up, tossing it into the waiting drawer of my desk. The map may be serving as the catalyst for everything with Bella and I falling apart, but it's certainly not the only reason for things being so tense between us. Hard-headed woman, I grumble to myself as I settle back into the large armchair behind my desk, squeezing the bridge of my snout between two fingers as I sigh. My frustration with Bella during our argument wasn't just for show. I truly don't know what to do with her half of the time. There's an attraction between us that I've fought for years now, not knowing what to do about it or how to even deal with all of the feelings she creates in me. Bella is the only person I've ever met in all of my years that can get under my skin the way she does. It's not as if the rest of the crew blindly follows my orders by any means. but nobody takes it upon themselves quite like Bella to challenge me at every turn. It's absolutely infuriating. I've always prided myself on my ability to weather the worst life has to offer, to stay calm and in control in the face of adversity. And yet here I am, losing my temper over a simple disagreement over navigation. If I'm being honest with myself, it's not clear whether or not we're reading the map correctly. For all I know, Bella could be absolutely right. The map could have been upside down the entire night, and we could be headed straight toward an island with any manner of unknown dangers. But I'd wanted to argue with her. I'd wanted to needle her. And I'd wanted to be right about the map, if only to wipe that smug, all-knowing look off of her face. Bella is smart. Far too smart for her own good most of the time. And while she saved the ship plenty of times with her quick thinking, it's beyond frustrating to have someone run circles around me mentally. I let out a string of curses under my breath, fighting the urge to slam a fist through the surface of my desk. I don't know when I began allowing my pride to get the better of me this way, but I need to get a grip before it's too late. Perhaps the reason Bella gets to you the way she does is because of your feelings for her, a small voice whispers from deep within me. I bite back a snarl, shaking my head as if to shake the thought free. There's always been something between Bella and I, something I don't dare explore too deeply. When she first arrived on the ship, she was little more than a wraith, gaunt and lifeless and completely devoid of the fire that now rages within her, visible to everyone who knows her. Those first few months were difficult. I tried to reduce her down to being nothing more than an indentured hand on board the ship, but I always knew there was something different about her. It didn't take long for Bella to learn the ropes, and once she had the basics down, she was a natural. As her indentured contract came to a close, I began to dread the day she'd walk off my ship. She'd ingrained herself so deeply not just with the rest of the crew, but with me that I couldn't imagine trying to run things without her. When Bella came to my cabin the day she was supposed to leave the Star Treader and asked, or maybe I offered, I can no longer recall, to sign on as an official member and free woman, I was elated. We've sailed the seas together ever since, Bella working her way up through the ranks to become my first mate. Now that she may be leaving again, that familiar dread hardens into a pit in my stomach. Not maybe leaving as a leaving, that little voice whispers again. Bella's words ring through my skull, the finality in them turning my stomach. Find yourself a new first mate. Everything has finally reached its boiling point, I suppose. A part of me yearns to make sense of the strange well of emotion that resides in me at the thought of losing Bella, but I shove that part aside. There are too many reasons I can't go there, for her sake and mine. Still, I can't help but feel that something good is slipping through my fingers. A stray breeze off of the undersea ocean blows through the porthole, flipping the pages in my personal journal. When the breeze relents, the fluttering sheets settle on a page that turns the blood in my veins to ice. The image is all too familiar. The dark, vignette-like shading crowding out everything but the figures in the middle of the page. A Minotaur with one black patch over his eye, stark against the rest of his white fur. His form is hunched with grief, torment evident in every line of his body as he leans over a jagged headstone, the earth above it still fresh from the plot being filled in. That same dream torments me every night, and even through my waking hours. The grave belongs to my mate, the woman I love who died because she was near to me. Her death, however indirectly, is my fault. Even in sleep, I can't escape that solitary, crushing truth. When I take a mate, she will die. It will be my fault, and it will be entirely unavoidable. After the nightmares began, I'd taken to keeping a dream journal of sorts, hoping that whatever god or power is responsible for the dreams would make itself known in due time, or at the very least that writing and illustrating some of the more prominent images would help me sort them out. While there is certainly something cathartic about getting the vivid dreams down on paper, the journal has been nothing but a way for me to linger on the things that terrify me most. In the recent past, the images of my mate dying have only become more frequent, the dreams tormenting me to the point that I've even avoided sleep in the hopes that I can elude the gruesome images. And yet, Without fail, every time my eyes are shut and I drift into that formless void, they come back. My mate's face is always just slightly out of focus, but the feelings of grief and rage and panic are sharp enough to shove me from sleep each time the dream occurs. I stride to my desk, slamming the journal shut again. This, among many other concerns, is the reason I can't bear to explore my feelings for Bella any further. If there is indeed something between us, and I were to ever do anything about it, I'd be putting her life at risk. Things are fine as they are now, I tell myself firmly, trying to quell the rising panic in my system. Bella is safe so long as I keep any useless sentimentalities to myself. She deserves a long, happy life with a mate who will protect her, not cost her the air she breathes. Even if she were interested, which I'm certain she's not, proximity to me would only spell a death sentence. Bella is a dear friend and a truly gifted crew member. I could never resign her to a fate like being tied to me, dying for me. I reiterate my vow to myself, letting the familiar words act as an anchor in the roiling sea that grows in my ribs. My place is the Star Treader. My love is the Star Treader. My mate is the Star Treader. I will never have a mate, save for the Star Treader. I will never fall in love. As bleak as my mantra may seem to others, the promise soothes me. I won't endanger someone I love. I won't love, not if the act would only promise grief for all of those involved. The world those I care for will be safe from me and my destiny, so long as I can keep a handle on my own emotions. I will the soft spots in my heart to harden, to grow resistant to the idea of love and a family. Despite any yearnings I may have, I vow to harden my heart against the women of the world. A family, a life, a forever love is simply not in my future. Certainly not one with Bella. I shove myself up from my desk, replaying my vow over and over in my head. The words sync with my footfalls as I leave my cabin, the world widening as I reach the deck of the ship. The lichen visible on the undersea's walls is a flaming, brilliant orange now, and the sleepy sounds of the crew greet me as more and more members of the ship climb aboard to greet the day. The Star Treader cuts through the water as efficient and deadly as her crew. I nod to a crew member as he salutes me while he hurries to the main mast, no doubt on his way to man the sails. The familiar bustle stifles any of my remaining ire, only confirming what I've been telling myself. My place is here. On this ship. My place will always be here. The sails unfurl above us, the Star Treader picking up speed as we sail. If Bella is right, we'll hit land in a couple days at most, but if I'm right, we'll have plenty of time ahead to inform the crew and prepare as necessary before worrying about any unforeseen issues. I guess we'll find out in a few days' time who was right. My focus zeroes in on the forecastle of the ship, and I pick my way towards it, eager to take my rightful place atop the helm and begin what will be a hopefully boring day of running the ship. No sooner has my foot touched the platform does a cry ring out from the crow's nest, Cassie's strong voice ringing above the din of the crew. "Captain, we've got company!" My head whips toward her voice, my eyes zeroing in on the finger she's pointing toward the starboard mast. My eyes follow the direction she's pointing in, and sure enough, a small black splotch floats on the horizon. "Prepare for contact!" I roar to the crew, setting the members scattering toward their respective posts. Across the deck, Bella is barreling toward me, her dirty blonde hair flying behind her. My heart squeezes at the sight of her, but I push the emotion aside. We have other things to attend to before we can pick up our fight from last night again. If we talk about it again, that is. Bella's at my side in an instant, and I tear my focus from her, turning an eye toward the approaching vessel. I guess it won't be a boring day after all.
Chapter 3. Bella. My heart beats faster as I come to a halt beside Taneil aboard the forecastle of the Star Treader, and I will the silly nervousness away. Everything that happened last night can be dealt with another time. Right now, we have work to do. The spyglass catches the flaming hues of the lichen above as Taneil withdraws it from a hidden pocket in his tunic, extending the tool with a series of clicks and lifting it to his eye. Peaks of black fur are visible from beneath the lens, his brows knitting together at whatever he sees through it. "What do you make of that?" he breathes as he takes the spyglass from his eye, handing it to me. I meet his eyes briefly before hiding behind the spyglass, trying desperately not to focus on how close he is to me, or the way his soft fur rubs against the side of my arm. I peer through the spyglass, taking a moment to orient myself on the sea and find the ship sailing straight toward us. It looks like a warship, I murmur as I scan the hull of the oncoming vessel. Dark cannons poke out from the sides of the ship, a gangway already on the deck of the ship, complete with a series of ropes that set my stomach sinking. "They have boarding equipment on the deck," I narrate as the ship comes further into focus before ducking behind the thick mist rolling over the surface of the underseas currents. Taneil hums over my shoulder, no doubt motioning to the crew around us to prepare for contact. "Did you see the flag?" he presses. I squint down the lens of the spyglass, trying to make sense of the distant image that's still partially obscured by tendrils of mist. "It's black," I say slowly, "with a purple skull. There's something else, but I can't see it well enough." Taneil holds out his hand, and I pass the spyglass off to him, turning to check on the crew, who are dutifully manning their stations. This could be nothing. It's entirely possible that they're friendlies. An optimistic voice in my head titters. I have my doubts, but I don't want to fire on an unsuspecting ship, especially not when it could cost us members of our own crew in the conflict. "A snake!" Taneil rumbles from beside me, drawing my attention back to him. "There's a white snake slithering from the eye socket of the skull." "Definitely not a friendly flag," I snort as he lowers the spyglass. Taneil gives me a lopsided smile. "The flags never are," he says as he huffs a laugh. The familiar easiness between us settles in as we face this shared conflict, and I find myself wishing it could always be like this. Taneil is like an extension of my own body when things between us are good. His presence is safe and comforting. We understand one another in a way I don't know if I've ever been understood before. If only it didn't take a ship crisis for things to be this way. "It's possible they're not hostile," I say to Taneil, dragging myself away from that train of thought. "They're almost close enough for us to send up a hail." "I'm not sure they'd see it with all of this mist," Taneil muses as he watches the vessel grow on the horizon. He turns his blue eyes to me, his gaze sharp and penetrating, before something changes in his eyes. That's not a reason to not try, though. I try to control the surprise that rolls through me as I turn away from him and back toward the crew. Did Taneil just agree with me? I don't have time to linger on the thought as the ship looms in the distance. "Ready to hail!" I shout, scattered responses rising from the gathered crew. Orr runs across the deck, he and Trigon working together to ready the flag to hail the oncoming ship. If all goes according to plan, we'll raise the red flag, lower it to half-mast and raise it again. If we receive a reciprocatory gesture, we're in the clear. If not, the mist clears momentarily as our red flag raises, snapping in the wind. Members of the vessel are slowly beginning to become visible through the haze, although we're still too far off to see much other than forms moving across the deck of the ship. Trigon expertly lowers the crimson flag to half-mast before raising it again. Silence falls over the Star Treader, all eyes on the vessel now almost wholly obscured again by the mist, with only its centremast visible as it protrudes from the swirls of vapour. 1 minute passes, and then 2. No new flag rises or falls as the ship bears down on us, the main sail growing ever larger, their ominous flag sharpening into focus. As the murk clears for the final time, 3 things become incredibly obvious. 1. The oncoming ship has no intention of returning our ahoy. 2. The crew on board is one of the most diverse of any I've ever seen, including our own. Naga, Minotaur, dark elves, humans, orcs. Every race I can think of is included in the figures that make up the crew on the ship, which is now clear as day. 3. Every member of the ship is undead. "Prepare for fire!" Taneil bellows, breaking the tense silence on board just as an explosive blast rings from the enemy ship, a cannonball whizzing past and narrowly missing our main mast. The crew explodes into action, cannons clicking as they're focused into place, swords sliding out of sheaths, and shouted commands crowding the airspace around us. Another cannonball flies over our heads, landing in the water past us with a massive splash, spraying the portside crew. I catch a glimpse of Varren out of the corner of my eye, his arms working wildly as he tries to steer the Star Treader out of the path of the oncoming vessel. We both realise it's too little, too late as grappling hooks fly through the air, several finding purchase in the starboard railing of our ship, the enemy crew hauling the Star Treader within boarding distance. Yurza's voice rises above the cacophony of the crew as the enemy's gangplank slams into our deck, scores of undead sailors flooding onto our ship. "Remove their heads, burn them with magic, or rip them limb from limb," he barks as an arrow from Cassie's crossbow whizzes past him, blinding an undead dark elf barrelling toward him. Yurza's massive green form races to meet the lumbering dark elf, taking advantage of his sudden handicap and swinging a traditional orc dadao blade clean through the elf's neck, sending his head rolling across the deck. The sight of the undead's disembodied head ignites the crew's bloodlust, and they race forward to meet the oncoming rush of undead, the shouting and clashing of blades, accented by the hiss of arrows flying down from Cassie's perch in the crow's nest. I leap down from the forecastle, leaving Taneil standing behind me as I free my cutlass from its sheath on my back. The coppery, fetid stench of the undead's blood stuffs itself up my nose as I sprint into the fray, ducking and slashing as I go, letting the unbroken line of my crew behind me finish off any enemies I leave standing. My body and mind fall into step together, the rhythmic quiet that comes with facing an enemy washing over me. My sword moves in time with my eyes, sparse seconds existing between locating a target and cutting them down. A sudden push from the enemy crew forces me to give ground, the crew behind me falling back as the tide of the battle turns against us. Trigon roars over my left shoulder as he takes a vicious slash to his bicep before he fells his enemy, and the noise hardens a pit in my belly. I've never been afraid to die, not really. After all I've faced in my life, adversity and loss and servitude, falling into the guide's arms never seemed like such a terrible thing. Being the goddess of travel, death and the sea, I've always felt she'd meet me with pride and love in her heart. But as I yield ground, and I begin to see some of my beloved crew members fall around me, a realization hits me like a ton of bricks. I'm not ready to go yet. If I die right here, right now, it would fit everything I'd always imagined for my death on paper. I'd go defending my ship and the people I love, and I'd go down fighting. Yet my thoughts circle back to Taneil, and regret floods me so forcefully it's an effort to keep my sword raised and my focus on the onslaught of undead. Our last real moments together were spent at each other's throats. In that last moment of privacy, we'd spewed venom at each other. I'd told him I was leaving. The idea of dying with things so terribly wrong, with everything so unfinished between Taneil and I, torments me as I parry the blade of an undead Naga. I manage to lop the head off of the Naga before he strikes a critical blow, only to have a massive orc take his place, his punishing blade swinging right for my head. I roll to the ground to dodge the attack, slicing upward toward his hamstring in the hopes of crippling him long enough to get my bearings once again. My blade swings through empty air, however, as the orc sidesteps my blow, his arms swinging down viciously. I throw myself to the side to avoid the attack, taking the feet out from under another undead in the process. I scramble to my feet as the orc lumbers across his fallen crewmate, crushing his skull beneath his massive olive foot. Resurrecting the dead makes them impossibly strong and fast, but other things are sacrificed along the way to make room for the dark magic that fills them. Things like compassion and critical thinking. An idea occurs to me as I finish my thought, and I fall back, luring the undead orc away from the throng of fighting. The orc follows me mindlessly, too deep in its bloodlust to comprehend the trap I'm laying for him. The rest of my crew is too immersed in their own battles to help, which suits me just fine. This one is mine. The port railing of the Star Treader presses into my back, and I widen my stance, preparing for the inevitable attack. The orc's slack mouth twists into an ugly, sneering grin, full of promised violence as it sees me pushed as far back as I can go against the side of the ship. Then, the undead orc lunges. In a flash, I'm on the ledge of the railing, one hand wrapped around the rigging ropes hanging limply over the side of the ship. I propel myself to the side as the orc's blade blurs past me, my own blade raised and at the ready. I soar through the sea breeze, the rope taut in my hand as it swings me around the backside of the orc, his blade stuck in the splintered wood of the railing where it landed. Before the creature even realizes what's happened, my feet are planted in his back and my blade is at his throat. With a mighty push, I extend my legs, shoving the undead orc's neck into my waiting blade, severing his head completely and sending his body toppling into the sea below. The rope swings me back around once more, and I roll to the deck with a satisfying thud, raising my sword in front of me in the event that any other undead are heading my way. Finding the surrounding deck empty, I take advantage of the sudden quiet and get a hold on my surroundings. We seem to be pushing the undead back, although there are still far too many on board for me to consider this a victory. My eyes are drawn to the main mast, and I realise with no small amount of horror that several undead are attempting to climb it, their eyes set on where Cassie is camped in the crow's nest. Without a second thought, I sprint to meet the new threat. Cassie is fighting valiantly, picking off the undead climbing the mast as best she can, but the angle is too steep. I cut into the fray of undead, my blade a blur, heads rolling in its wake as I dispatch 3 of the 5 with ease. The remaining 2 whirl on me, clearly intent on removing their new obstacle. An undead Minotaur snorts, scraping his boot against the ground and giving over completely to his more animal side as he lunges toward me. I dodge to the side, swinging my blade toward his head, only for it to rebound off of one of his massive horns. The reverberations fight up my arm, making it difficult to keep a firm grip on the hilt as I parry the undead Minotaur's blow. Steel scrapes against steel as I shove the Minotaur's blade away, setting him off balance. I take advantage of the momentary opening and swing again, my cutlass slicing through tendon and bone. The Minotaur roars as his sword arm hangs limply at his side, but the sound is cut off quickly as I rake my blade across his throat and through his vocal cords and trachea. Cassie polishes him off, sending an arrow tipped with magic flame into his exposed torso. It engulfs him immediately and sends a wave of heat barreling toward me that's so intense that I lift my arm to shield me from it. I ignore the scent of burning hair and flesh as I whirl back toward the main mast, catching a glimpse of an undead naga beginning to shimmy up the thick wooden post. I sprint back toward the post, tucking my shoulder and slam into his cold, clammy body, sending him flying. The naga is up in an instant, racing toward me with a viciousness only the worst creatures are capable of. We exchange blows, glimmering steel whizzing past my head as I parry each lunge, turning to pin him against the main mast. Certain of my next shot, I go in for the kill, swinging my cutlass as hard as I can toward his exposed neck. Rather than the crunching of bones and wet sounds of flesh, however, I'm met with the splintering of wood. He dodged. I yank on the hilt of my sword, but it's stuck in the main mast. I cast a glance over my shoulder, only to see the undead naga slowly rising to his feet, his sword aimed and at the ready. I tug helplessly against my cutlass, begging any deity who is listening to let it slide free. It doesn't. The naga continues his approach, savouring each step, his forked tongue wiggling toward me, as if he can taste the fear and panic pounding through my veins. I may meet the guide today after all.
Chapter 4. Taneil, Bella. The undead Naga stalks toward her slowly, and even from my position on the forecastle, I can see the helplessness of her situation. Seeing her so vulnerable, so panicked, snaps something deep inside of me. I roar my rage at the undersea's canopy, leaping from the forecastle and onto the main deck. Several members of the undead crew rush toward me, seemingly intent on destroying the newest threat to their mission. Big mistake. I cleave through them as if they were nothing more than wax statues, the razor-sharp edge of my rapier drooling with their rotted black blood. The deck is slippery underfoot, but I don't falter, my focus locked on where Bella stands against the mainmast, her hands raised before her as if to fight off the steel looming in front of her. Another undead flings itself into my path, a Minotaur, and I waste no time disemboweling the creature before lopping off its head. There are too many of the enemy undead crew on board the Star Treader, but the crew is slowly beginning to make headway, shoving back against the borders. Bodies, stray limbs, and heads litter the deck, scattering beneath my feet as I charge through the throng towards Bella. The signs of death are shocking, but I don't give myself time to linger on it. Bella is still alive, but she won't be for long if I don't get to her. I throw up a silent prayer to the guide, begging her to look after Bella and not to take her yet. Our goddess is not known for answering prayers, but I don't care. She can't have Bella. Not today. Not when our last moments together were so sour. The thought of losing her only intensifies the fury raging within me. I swing my blade at the next undead with such force that it eviscerates his head completely, leaving nothing but shards of bone and a mess of flesh and brain in its wake. The undead are beginning to fall back, some rushing to man the empty cannons on their ship's deck. "Cannons!" I bellow a warning to my crew. Several of them follow the undead, focused on neutralizing the newest threat. Using cannons in such close quarters would wreak havoc not just on our ship, but on their own crew too. But the undead notoriously lack the ability to strategize or care. A glint of steel drags my attention from the mass of the undead and back to Bella. The undead Naga's sword is raised, Bella's face set in grim determination as she stares down her death. She's out of tricks, with nowhere to dodge or hide from her fate. I silently beg for her to flee, to hide, to do anything but try to fight through the impossible battle before her. But my hopes are in vain. Hiding or fleeing just isn't her way. If she's going to go down, she'll go down fighting. Frames of my recurring nightmare flash through my mind as I stare in horror at Bella and the Naga, the image of my mate dying laying over the side of Bella sandwiched between the mast and the undead Naga, as if they are one and the same. My stomach flips, and the familiar grief of losing my mate every night in my dreams works in tandem with my terror over the possibility of losing Bella, threatening to make me lose my head completely. I don't have a chance to linger in my growing panic, however, as another undead steps between me and the main mast Bella is pressed against. I snarl at the creature, throwing it to the ground as my sword slices through its belly. The undead human wriggles and screams as I stomp a foot down on its chest, bones snapping under my heel as I hold it still, bringing my sword down again and again at each of its joints and separating its limbs from its body. With the final blow, I dispatch the last undead between Bella and I. Faster than I ever thought I could move, I free the throwing knife at my side, flinging it with all of my strength at the outstretched sword arm of the undead Naga that's poised to strike Bella down. A piercing shriek tells me I hit my mark, and the undead Naga whirls toward me, turning his attention away from Bella. My dagger protrudes from the side of the Naga's skull as it fixes its dull, yellow eyes on me. The flood of relief I feel at having drawn the undead away from Bella hardly quells my rage at the creature for nearly robbing me of her. I'm on the Naga in an instant, my blade slicing thickly through his neck before he has a chance to turn his blade on me. The undead Naga's headless corpse hits the deck with a resounding thud, quickly followed by the smaller thunk of its head. Its final death was too quick. My eyes find Bella's, and in the way that only she and I are capable of, a wordless conversation ensues. "Are you all right?" I ask non-verbally, scanning her for any injuries. Relief threatens to buckle my knees as I find no trace of any grievous wounds. Bella rolls her eyes at my inspection, clearly annoyed at my overt concern. I'm fine, I'm fine, Taneil. We have work to do, she intones with the tilt of her head toward the undead. I nod once, stepping forward to help Bella free her sword from the mast at the same moment that she steps into my path, giving me a glare. I am perfectly capable of doing that myself, her eyes say as she turns away from me, wrapping her hand around the hilt of her cutlass and placing a foot against the main mast to steady herself as she tugs. True to her word or lack thereof, she frees the blade after a few sharp pulls, just in time to meet the new wave of undead sailors charging toward us. Bella's back presses against mine by instinct, both of our blades whirling through the air as we take on enemy after enemy. My focus zeroes in on the next undead as he steps up to me, a dark elf already partially dismembered. The eeriest thing about the undead is that they just don't stop. Not until they're forced to. My rapier sings as it flies through the air, slashing at the joint where the undead orc's shoulder and arm meet. The sounds of ripping sinew and flesh fill the air as the creature's sword arm falls to the deck, coupled with a deafening roar. With Bella still at my back, I bring my steel down in a mighty swing, my blade pushing through the orc's skull and decimating its brain. It falls to the ground heavily, blood spurting from its arm and head. Taneil, Bella shouts over my shoulder. Without thinking, I drop to a knee behind her, just like we've practiced countless times, her foot landing on the broadest part of my thigh mere seconds later. My arm wraps around her front, and I hold my forearm steady and level with her knees. Bella's next foot lands on my forearm, and with a powerful heave, I launch her at the oncoming enemy. She flies through the air like an arrow, her blade finding its mark in the neck of an undead dark elf as a dagger appears in her other hand. Faster than the sea itself, Bella rolls to the ground, raking the point of the dagger across the inner thigh of the human undead right behind her, snapping through the muscles, giving the human control of its leg. The creature lets out a piercing shriek before it's cut off by yet another blade through its esophagus. The undead sways mindlessly for a moment, before toppling to the ground, Bella already on her feet and dragging her cutlass through yet another enemy's throat. Watching Bella work against the undead crew has my blood flowing in all the wrong places. A deep well of desire yawns open within me, and I shove it aside. We may work well together in the face of an enemy, but behind closed doors. I'm so lost in my awe of her that I don't notice the undead sailor behind me until it's too late. I roar as the undead's rusted dagger sinks into my upper arm, whirling on him as I rip the dagger free. Taneil! Bella shrieks from across the deck, the panic in her voice heightening my pain-tinged rage. I wince as I lift my arm to the creature, but stop short of striking as a fiery arrow zips past me and embeds itself in the undead's neck, the magic fire engulfing the creature in a matter of seconds. Cheers rise from the rest of the crew, and I turn to see the undead being pushed back, some toppling over the starboard railing while others flee back onto the gangplank connecting our two ships. "Stand clear!" Varon yells from the forecastle, his arms working wildly as he struggles to turn the helm, steering the ship away from the undead's vessel. Crew members work to snap the ropes of the grappling hooks holding us in place, Yurza and Orr still holding back the most precocious of the undead while they work. Cassie lands on the deck behind me, having come down from her perch in the crow's nest, only to begin climbing the rigging wildly, helping to unfurl the main sail to add to our speedy escape. The sail snaps in the wind as Sandra and Trigon steady it to the mast, the Star Treader picking up speed. Whoops and celebratory yells rise from our crew as the Star Treader finally breaks free of the undead. We're all free to live another day. What's left of us, at least. Varen steadies the ship, allowing the wind to take over most of the work, and handing the helm off to a nearby crew member as he joins me beside the center mast, the rest of my inner crew following close behind. Trigon offers me a lopsided grin as he loops his arm around Sandra's shoulders, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "I think that's enough excitement for one day," he says, Sandra leaning closer into him. "I'd have to agree," Vorel responds, his purple scales catching the glowing light of the lichen. Yorza grunts his agreement, his face hard as he surveys the deck. Our losses weren't nearly as bad as those of the undead crew, but any loss is heavy nonetheless. Cassie bounces on the balls of her feet, clearly antsy even in the wake of a victory. "Orders, Captain?" she asks, turning an expectant look at me. The rest of my inner crew follows suit, silence falling over them. "Get the ship back in proper condition," I say gruffly. Cassie nods in response before flitting away, Yorza drifting after her. The rest of them disperse as well, all heading in different directions to disseminate my orders. All but Bella. Before I can say anything to her, or even think of anything to say to her, now that the madness has died away. She's at my side, inspecting the wound on my shoulder with careful fingers. "That looks like it hurts," she says quietly, as she parts the blood-matted fur to get a closer look at the gash. "It's fine," I respond. It definitely hurts, but for some reason I don't want her to know that. Bella glances up at me with exasperation before returning to my wound. "You need to put a salve on it," she says with no room for argument. I sigh but nod my head. Hard-headed woman. I catch her eyes again and, in a moment of weakness, I let myself get lost in the specks of dark blue swimming in her nearly turquoise irises. Something moves deep within me, and perhaps it's because the two of us nearly died. But for the first time, I don't shove the motion away. Bella speaks at the same time I do, her lighter voice harmonizing with my low one. "We need to talk."
Chapter 5. Bella. I follow Taneil from the crowded upper deck to the deserted halls below. My guilt at the thought of dying while he and I are fighting mixed with the relief of surviving those weird undead creatures combine into a twisted knot in my stomach. Taneil and I have always butted heads. It's what we do. That doesn't mean that I enjoy it, though, and I'm eager to get back to the easy companionship we have always had. He slows, and as he turns around, I tip my head up to stare into his blue eyes. Taneil. "I'm sorry," he says at the same time. I grin as we both freeze, not wanting to be rude to the other, and the air turns thick between us. My cheeks heat, and I look down before Taneil clears his throat and mutters, "You first." I nod, gathering up my courage because I am not an apology kind of girl, and force it out. "I'm sorry." He tries to hide his smirk. Tensions are high down here, and even though you can be a stubborn, horn-headed idiot, he looks up at me with a mixture of shock and anger flickering across his face. I slow down, softening my voice with a gentle smile. I shouldn't have lost my temper. Neither of us know where we are, and it was wrong of me to assume that I know more than you do. He shakes his head, running his hand down his face. His fur is white, though it tends to turn into more of a tan colour out here from sea spray and dirt, and I can see the path he's tracked through it. "Bella, like you said, I am stubborn, though I am captain." He places a great deal of emphasis on that word, like he's trying to goad me into another fight. Wisely, I let it pass. "There is a reason I chose you as my first mate. You keep my head on straight, and you wouldn't let me drag this team into dangerous territory." A goofy grin finds him. Even if it means yelling at my stubborn, horn-headed idiot. My heart stutters at his smile, and I try to ignore it. I've always found that I react to Taneil's every mood shift, so eager to please him. It must be an old habit from my servant days. I grow excited every time he smiles, and my heart sinks when he is sad or angry. Maybe that's why I'm such a good first mate. I empathise with Taneil always, and I want my captain to be happy. A happy captain is a happy crew. Though as I stand down here with Taneil, staring up into his big blue eyes, a few memories flash behind my eyes. Times that I wanted him to be happy, to help carry his burdens, even when it didn't affect the crew. A happy captain is of the happy crew, I insist in my mind. Everything I do for Taneil is for this ship, and nothing more. Even if others have questioned my motives, like Sandra, who made Trigon forget his Minotaur stubbornness to please her, she may be interested in taking a Minotaur mate, but that doesn't mean she has to place those ideals on me. We should probably show the map to the others, I blurt out, trying to break through the thickening air. We've been standing here in silence for too long, and though I usually find comfort in Taneil's presence, right now my hands are growing clammy. His mouth pulls up at the corner into this half smile that seems to be reserved for me. I don't know if he realises he does it, but I know that it means he approves of my idea. You're right. Our crew could provide insight that we may not have seen before. I elbow him as I start my way back down the hall toward my room. I need to change, and honestly, I need to get out from under his watchful gaze. With how tense we've both been down here in the undersea, our easy companionship has started to feel different. You should know I'm always right. Taneil chuckles heartily, a deep sound that I feel in my bones. Despite myself, I smile at him, and again, my heart swells. It does me well to see my captain happy. Maybe we are on track to get back to normal. Trigon and Sandra have really thrown off the dynamics in the crew, not necessarily in a bad way. I just can't help thinking about the little comments I've heard from them since they have arrived, and it makes me overthink my every interaction with Taneil. Would you have to find another captain to marry you at sea, or can he do it himself? Sandra asked me that one afternoon, and though she tried to brush it off and I acted like I didn't hear her, it stuck with me. Honestly, it's haunted me. Marry? Does Taneil seem like the marrying type? It makes me want to laugh out loud that she thinks anyone on this ship is in it for anyone other than themselves. Next, she'll be saying that Orr and Taylor almost murder each other every day because they're in love. Wait. I shake my head, clearing my mind of all these ridiculous thoughts. I'd never thought of love before I saw Sandra and Trigon together. Now, well, I wouldn't hate for someone to look at me the way he looks at her. My eyes dart to the side to peek at Taneil. Immediately I look away. It won't be him, though. Why does that thought make me sad? You're lucky I'm so amenable, he jokes, nudging me back. It's only then do I realise that we've lapsed in silence again as he walks with me toward my room. Otherwise your self-righteous attitude might get you kicked off the boat. I snort. You'd be lost without me. Taneil sighs. Perhaps. I see him turn to look at me, and I can't decipher the expression on his face. We do make a good team. We're the only pair on the ship that does. He arcs an eyebrow. You think so? I stare at him out of the corner of my eyes, surprised. You don't? Unlike Taylor and Orr, we don't dissolve into a pissing contest every 5 seconds. It's nice for a girl and a guy to work together and not feel threatened by the other. Or fall into some ill-fated romance, he retorts, and my stomach clenches. Why? I'm not sure, but it does. Thankfully, Taneil doesn't notice. I can see your value beyond your body. You look at my body, I tease. Taneil goes stiff, and I full out laugh then. I swear I can see him blush beneath the white fur, his skin nearly visible. You know that's not what I meant, he growls out. I pat his arm. It's okay, Captain, it's hard not to look. He snorts. Do you want me to? Now it's my turn to flush red. What? Of course not. You make it sound like I want to sleep with you. This time he roars with laughter. Sleep with me? A smile breaks across my face. Yeah, you're one arrogant son of a bitch. You must think we all want to suck up to the almighty captain. Or maybe you're just thinking about what you want to do, Bella. I laugh, incredulous. You're absurd. He's still laughing with me, both of us gasping for breath. You think so? We're doubled over now, trying to calm ourselves. The thought of sleeping together is ridiculous, he agrees. We pause, having finally reached my door, and we take a moment to collect ourselves. I'm not really even sure what came over me, but I feel better, lighter. Taneil's eyes shine as he looks down at me, and I think he feels it too. We've broken through that tension that's been shrouding us. I'm glad we can agree on one thing, he murmurs with a smirk. I best let you get washed up before it's time to eat. Can't be late, I say as I go to turn toward my door. You know how Taylor gets. Just as I twist, the ship jerks. We've probably hit a rough patch of water, or have to go around one of the undersea caves that we've seen around here. All I know is that we've shifted as I was off balance, and I'm thrown farther to the side. I reach out to catch myself, but I don't manage to right my body before slamming directly into Taneil's chest. His arms instinctively grip my waist, helping me find my balance, and I realise how close I am to him. He doesn't push me away. He just shifts me onto my feet right in front of him so that we are chest to chest, my hands still buried in his soft, exposed fur at the top of his shirt. His gaze bores into mine, and the air starts to turn thick and electric again. There's that tension that I thought we'd gotten rid of. I should back away. I know I should. But my shirt has shifted up, and his fingers brush against the exposed skin at my waist, sending a shiver across my body that keeps me locked in place. His hold on me tightens, and heat flushes down my body. I can't be doing this right now, screams the little voice in the back of my head. But for once, I don't listen to it. No, I listen to my pounding heart and the ache throbbing between my legs. I listen to Taneil's thrumming pulse nearly as fast as mine that I feel beneath my fingers. And when I part my lips to say his name, to say sorry or thank you or anything to get me out of this jumbled mess before he thinks I did this on purpose and really does throw me overboard, I listen to the soft, barely audible gasp that leaves me as his fingers stroke my bare skin again. It's enough to break through our strained silence. But not in the way I anticipated. Taneil's grasp on me tightens, and he pulls me against him, his head lowering. His eyes, those damn blue eyes that have sucked me in since the moment I saw him, though I dared not think it before, search mine before dipping down to look at my mouth. I have every opportunity to stop him. This I know. Instead, I raise up on my toes, tipping my head back and begging him with my eyes and my body to take what has always been his. One of his hands comes up to cup the back of my head, and when he closes the last bit of distance between us and his lips brush mine, it's much more tender than I expected. I twine my arms around his neck, pulling him closer as I taste the salty sea on his mouth, and electricity shoots through me as he presses me hard against his body. Taneil groans as his whisper of a kiss turns into a deeper, hungrier need. But when his tongue flicks out to press at the seam of my lips, my brain snaps back on. I'm kissing Taneil. I'm kissing my captain. Oh hell. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 6. Taneil, Goddess above. I'm probably going to regret this, but with Bella wrapped around me and her lips on mine, I can't find it in myself to care. All I can think about is her sweet taste. Something about her calms the storm in me, even if she's also the one that causes it most of the time. But I've never felt more at peace than I do right now, with kisses like honey and her soft body pressing into mine. My fingers tug at the strands at the back of her hair, and there is so much I want at this moment. I want to run my hand through those long strands I've caught myself staring at. I want to slip my hand beneath her shirt and feel her firm body beneath my palm. But more than anything, I want more of her intoxicating taste. Goddess, she tastes like cool water on a hot day, like I'm a parched, shipwrecked sailor, and she is all that is keeping me alive. I just want to drown myself in her. Bella's hands tug at my fur like she wants more, too, and my tongue flicks out against the seam of her lips, asking for more of her. And that was my big mistake. She goes still beneath my hands. I feel it instantly as she stiffens, and my heart sinks, even as my whole body keeps pounding with this incessantly growing heat. Instantly, I pull back. It was wrong for me to do this. I know that. There is too much between us, too much with me for me to think that I could take her like this. It was inappropriate and wrong, even if it felt so right. Bella. Her name comes out hoarse and gruff, and even I'm surprised by how broken I sound. I know that I can't do this, so why do I sound and feel so rejected? She holds up a hand to stop me. I rock back on my heels like it's a physical blow, and it feels like it. I can feel the dismissal like a punch to the gut, and I'm not sure what to do or say. Her blue eyes are cast downward, and I want to reach out and pull her face to me. I want to see that crystal clear gaze assessing me, holding me to the man I need to be, but she refuses to look at me. She must be disgusted with me. We were just laughing at the thought of hooking up, and then I kiss her like that. I'm such a fool. Her lips part, and I'm so in tune with her body I'm holding my breath as I wait to hear what she has to say. I've battled dozens of times over the years, and yet I've never been as nervous as I am right now. Please don't hate me. The thought comes forth unbidden, and I feel it vibrate down my bones. I made a mistake, and I hope that Bella can see that. This crew can't afford to lose her. I can't afford to lose her. Her eyes flash to mine, and then, like the very sight of me repulses her, she turns away and dashes down the hallway. The shock breaks as soon as she disappears from sight without looking, and I take 2 thundering steps forward. Bella! My vision blurs, and I blink as the shadows seem to loom forward. My hearing goes muffled, and as I take another few steps forward, I don't see the ship's walls around me. No. Instead, I'm standing on a dirty, sanded beach, the water lapping my ankles with a storm brewing overhead. Thunder and lightning swirls above, and the whole world has been plunged into a darkness so thick I can barely see in front of me. My heart sinks. I know where I am. I climb up to the crest of the beach, and just as I knew I would, I see a headstone. It's a crude, chipped rock that has been worn away to resemble a marking of a grave. Just like in every nightmare, a dark elf stands behind the stone, grinning from ear to ear. He runs his hand along the stone, looking down at the upturned sand with a faux pout. Pity. Shitsa. I used to scream at the once great wizard when I first started having this dream. I used to threaten him or ask questions he'd never answer. Now I just wait him out. It's my punishment for slaughtering a powerful magic wielder. This curse. Taneil, I've told you that you aren't worthy of the love of another, and because of this... Shitsa trails his hand over the rock. Your maid has died to pay your price. I grit my teeth, even as my heart sinks. It hurts, even more so now that I know what it is like to have Bella, even for a brief second. I've wondered about her for a long time, but every time I think that maybe I will try to act on my feelings, this dream comes to me. It's a reminder. A prophecy. I can't have Bella because it will only put her in danger. With a jolt, I'm ripped from the vision, and the boards beneath my feet creak and groan once more. I grit my teeth, but instead of anger or panic filling me, I'm overwhelmed with sadness. My shoulders slump, and I rub at my horns. Have I messed everything up by crossing that line? I always knew I could never have her or anyone, but there has never been anyone but Bella. But I never thought that she'd be so repulsed by me she'd flee. It only hurts more, this rejection. Not only can I not have her, but I never should have tried. Had I imagined all those times that I thought she had feelings for me? I shake my head. I couldn't have. She wanted me. She kissed me back, pulling me closer, and while she might have freaked out and ran away, it wasn't her initial reaction. So, What's holding her back? While it may be none of my business, and maybe I should let whatever just happened dissolve our relationship to keep her safe, I can't stand the thought of not having Bella. I need to clear the air between us. I storm toward the upper deck where I think she must have gone. My heart thunders as my eyes sweep every corner. Bella knows this ship as well as I, and if she wants to avoid me, she will have no problem hiding from me. I can only hope she'll give me a chance to talk to her. I crest the top of the stairs to hear a chorus of, "Captain!" My crew is still on the top deck, ale flowing between them as they laugh and reenact their best moments of the fight. I only nod, not bothering to answer as I look for Bella. But damn it, I don't see her anywhere. Where did she go? "Captain!" Orr sweeps forward, and I almost groan. "You ran off mighty fast. With Bella, no less," he teases. "Have you seen her?" I snap. I don't have time to listen to all their jabs that have always hit too close to home. Never corrected them, but Bella was always quick to. I tried not to let it hurt me, but it stung every time she laughed at their insinuations. "I thought she was with you." He shoves a cold tin mug toward me. "Here, to our fearless captain." "Here, here!" the rest of the ship answers, and soon everyone is knocking back ale. They're already getting drunk this early in the afternoon, and while I don't usually mind, that means the lot of them are useless. "Has anyone seen Bella?" I shout as I shove through the by crowd. I don't understand where she would have gone, and as I circle around, I decide that she must still be below deck. Is everything all right? I turn around, already fuming and ready to explode, when I see a younger face watching me with a knowing smile. "I'm just looking for Bella," I tell Trigon. He doesn't ask questions or tease, and I've actually come to like the kid. But when he steps forward and claps me on the shoulder, I like him a little more. "She went down there." His eyes dart toward the stairs, descending below the deck to the rooms that are usually empty. "Are you sure?" I can't think of a reason why she would have gone that way. "Quite." He sips his mug, and I bite my tongue to keep from smarting off that he's too young for the ale. He's an adult, albeit just barely. But I am not his caregiver. It's beneath me to reprimand him like a father. It's a role I'll never fill, so I might as well not play at it. It hits me like a punch to the gut, but I surge forward just as Trigon speaks again. "She looked upset. If I may, Captain, sometimes human women need some time to collect themselves before facing what it was that upset them." His eyes track along my face, and I can tell he knows that Bella was fleeing from me. I drag my hand down my face, gritting my teeth. My anger bubbles, wanting to tell this child that he knows little of human women when I've had Bella in my life for half of his life. But I stop myself. He looks sincere, and I know that if there is anyone on this ship that understands the affections of the human heart, it is this Minotaur. And if her thoughts only turn a situation into a worse light, then you going down there will only exacerbate the situation. I scrunch up my face at his answer, fighting back the snarky remark building because of how threatened I feel by his intelligence. I know he's right. I know that pushing Bella will only put more distance between us, but I can't give her space. It's driving me crazy to think of her panicking over the kiss. It'll drive me into madness to sit up here and wonder why she ran away. "Captain?" I blink, looking at Trigon. If I were a betting man, I'd guess Bella ran to the other human woman who could help her navigate the intricacies of Minotaur males. He flashes me a grin. But I'm not. Then he turns away. After all his talk about not going after her, he told me exactly where she must be. I want to thank him, but he's already dissolved into conversation, a light-hearted tale as he lets his serious nature slough off of him. He was speaking in code for me, I realize. Trigon has never been one to be so silver-tongued, but he's always been observant. Again, I am reminded of how his mind is aged much more than his body, and I'm grateful for his foresight to keep our conversation too difficult to follow for the drunken crew around us. I turn, speeding down through the ship with renewed vigor. I know where Sandra and Trigon's quarters are, and as I approach, I hear Bella's sweet voice seep through. Pausing outside the room, I raise my hand to knock, but then an urge washes over me. I want to know why she ran from me, and this just might be my opportunity to find out. I know it's wrong, and I should confront her myself. But when I hear my name, I lean closer, listening eagerly.
Chapter 7. Bella. I'm such an idiot, I groan, my words coming out muffled as I bury my face in my hands. My face burns with embarrassment, and I still can't believe that I leaned into Taneil like that. Even if it did feel so good to finally have his hands on me. What happened? Sandra is sitting on her bed, just watching me dissolve into a mix of embarrassment and panic. I pretty much barged into her room with little explanation, and for the last few minutes, I've just been quietly screaming into my palms as my mind replays the events for me. Oh, Sandra, you can't tell anyone. Bella, she says flatly. I can hear the answer in her tone. Who would I tell? I sigh, lifting my eyes slowly to meet hers. I kiss Taneil. I wince. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops open a little as she processes what I said. Then she leaps forward, grabbing my shoulders as a massive grin takes over her face. Oh my gods, Sandra squeals. You finally did. I push her back with a shake of my head. It's not a good thing. Her face screws up as she sinks back on the bed. Why not? I fall back with a groan. Because it's Taneil. Sandra snorts. Yeah, I don't think I'm seeing the issue here. I throw my arms up in the air with exasperation. We're not like that. He's the captain, and I'm his first mate, and that's it. If that's it, then how'd you kiss in the first place? My head turns slowly to face Sandra, and she flops on her stomach, propping her head in her hands as she wiggles her eyebrows at me. I narrow my eyes at her. You're a filthy gossip. And you're the one that barged into my room eager to tell me all about it. Well, there's no arguing with that. I roll over so that we're lying side by side, and though Sandra is staring at me, I keep my eyes straight ahead. We didn't mean to, I finally say. She huffs. So, you just fell into him? Yup. A soft laugh escapes me. My eyes dart to look at a silent Sandra, and she's staring at me with an irritated gaze. She doesn't believe me. What? Her eyes turn to slits. I'm being serious. The ship hit a rough patch and he caught me. And then it kind of happened. Her disapproving frown smooths out and her face softens. That's actually really sweet. I thought you had just gotten swept up in the excitement. No, it was just the two of us. I was going back to my quarters and it just... I sigh. Happened. That doesn't have to be a bad thing. I turn to look at her as my face falls, catching the smile that had been tugging at my lips. Taneil and I will never work. You don't think so, or you fear it. I open my mouth to snap at her, but nothing comes out. She raises an eyebrow. Are you sure that you aren't just hiding behind all these reasons because you're afraid to take a chance? I shake my head. I'm not afraid. But my voice sounds feeble and weak. What is it you want then, Bella? She reaches out to grasp my hand. Because to me, you seem more upset about the possibilities of what this could destroy between you and Taneil, and not what it could build. I snatch away from her. What I want is irrelevant. Sandra rolls her eyes. Is that what you're telling yourself? For the good of the ship, Taneil and I can't get involved like that. It would complicate things for everyone. For the good of the ship, she mutters under her breath. That's another excuse you're using to hide how you feel. No, it's not. I can't give up the position I love here. And you couldn't be with Taneil and be his first mate? I scoff, pushing up into a seated position. He won't even listen to me now. I couldn't be with him in any capacity, the way that he'll always think he is better than me. It's clear that Taneil will never bend his will to another's, and I just can't be with someone so headstrong. I drop my head into my hands. It's a mess. When Taneil and I get along, it's great, but it's so rare that I can't take it, I never know what kind of guy he's going to be, and I just don't think I could pursue that. Sandra grips my shoulder. You know I know a thing or two about stubborn men being mated to Trigon. It's not the easiest. These Minotaur can be fierce with bad tempers, but they also love just as ferociously. You'll never have to question their devotion to you, even if they are such a hothead. That may be Trigon, but that's not Taneil. He's one thing, a hothead, that will always dominate how he feels. She clucks her tongue. You know that he is more than that. You two get along so well, and we've all wondered if there is something more. I'm sure there could be if you'd just talk to him about all this. Don't discount what is clearly there. There's nothing there. My heart is pounding, stirring up anxiety in my chest as Sandra insists that there is more between Taneil and I than a working relationship. I just can't believe that. I've given him a lot of my life, and he still doesn't trust me enough to listen to me. He just has to be right all the time. Bella, I shake my head, climbing off the bed and starting to pace. Number Taneil and I gave into a little physical attraction because we're both lonely. There's nothing more to it than that, and the only reason anyone thinks that is because this crew needs some kind of drama to keep them entertained. It's been a long time since either of us have been with someone, and we were both coming off a high from the fight. That's it. We'd never work. Why does everyone seem so desperate for us to get together when he's never shown me one inkling of interest beyond my skills on his crew? I'm out of breath when I finally look up to see Sandra just staring at me. Her expression is unreadable, but she's leaning back against the wall with her arms crossed. I stop, and after a moment of intense contact, she huffs out a response. Then what are you going to do? I rake my hands through my hair. I think there is only one thing I can do. I think I have to leave the ship. Her jaw falls open. No, you don't have to leave the ship. I'm sure you can talk to Taneil and he'll understand how you feel either way. I shake my head, holding up my hand to stop her. No, Sandra, he's driving me crazy, and I just think this is what is best. After we handle everything with the serpent and make it back out of the undersea, I need to find somewhere that is better for me. Maybe even find someone I could be with, you know? There's a sharp slam in the hallway that stops Sandra's answer, and we both jolt, staring at each other. I rush toward the door as she scrambles off the bed. Is someone out there? She asks as I pull it open. Across the hall from us is a gaping hole in the wall, and I step out to touch it. Something went straight through the boards, but I don't see what could have caused it. Looking up and down the hall, I don't see anyone else. What happened? Sandra murmurs behind me. I reach up and touch the splintered wood. I don't know, I whisper. But I have an inkling. I have an idea of who might have followed me down here, and this isn't the first time I've seen his temper rear its ugly head. I've seen it in many ways, in fists slamming into tables and even once a door being ripped off the hinges. This doesn't shock me. It only reminds me why I need to get off this ship. What's this? I turn around as Sandra stands up, holding something in between her fingers. It's a small, round button, and it only confirms what I thought. I push her back into her room, taking it from her hand and turning it over in mine. Just as I thought, I know exactly where it belongs. It's Taneil's, I whisper. Her eyes widen. No. I nod. This came off his jacket, and I'm willing to bet that he was the one who put that hole in the wall. Sandra doesn't even look shocked. Do you think he followed after you to talk? I sigh. I don't know. I slump down on her bed. I really don't. Maybe he came to tell me this wasn't a good idea either. Maybe he came to tell you that he wanted to work this out, she suggests. I don't think Taneil is that crazy. I laugh under my breath. I mean, he's crazy, but he's not so crazy as to think we could ever work. She wraps her arm around my shoulders as she sits down next to me. There's only one way to find out. I drop my head. I have to talk to him, don't I? Sandra squeezes me. I'm afraid so. You don't think I can just avoid him forever? She purses her lips for a moment before shaking her head. No, I don't think the ship is big enough for that. I giggle, and she joins me, but it's sad and quiet. It dissolves into a soft sigh, and I nod, standing. I need some time to sort myself out. I don't blame you. And Bella, don't take this the wrong way, but you might want to run a brush through your hair before you go see the guy you kissed. He might be into your whole natural look, but it wouldn't hurt. I glare at her. Excuse me for not being presentable enough for you. I snap. She only winks, and I slip out of her room. Taneil's button is still in my hand, and I run my fingers over it, my heart pounding as I think of the intensity in his beautiful blue eyes again. I can only wonder what he heard. I didn't mean to hurt him, but he has to know that this can't work. He wasn't coming to fight for me, was he? My feet wander the halls of the ship as I chew on my lip. What I said to Sandra wasn't a lie. I don't think Taneil and I would work. We barely get along now, and I don't think sleeping together is going to do anything for that. I find my way back to my room automatically, and when I get inside, I sink straight to the floor. I rub the button along the inside of my palm, and I let the first sting of regret burn the back of my throat. Oh, Taneil, what are we doing?
Chapter 8. Taneil. I clench my teeth as I stalk down the hall. Was it a bad idea to eavesdrop? Maybe. Should I have punched that wall? Probably not. Do I care? Not. One bit. Rage fuels my body. I'd gone after Bella to talk to her. I know why this was a bad idea on my part, but I don't know why she freaked out still. Her conversation gave me very little insight, and I thought that we could talk it out. I didn't think I'd lose her over this. I bend over, one hand on the wall as I gasp. Pain unlike anything I've ever known rolls through me, and, unable to help myself, I slam my palm into the wood, causing it to cave in a little. What is this woman doing to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind over her. Anger and sadness battle within me, and as I start toward my office again, one rises above the other. Anger. Bella and I could have talked. We could have discussed what happened and moved on past it. Instead, she is deciding to run away like a child. And if that's what she wants, then fine. I don't need her. I was fine before I met her. I will be a fine captain afterward without her, too. I slam open my office door, heading straight for the liquor cabinet behind my desk. I forego the glass, drinking the amber liquid straight from the bottle, and loving the way it burns all the way down. The only thing that should be getting under my skin like this is booze. When I've drained nearly half the bottle, I slam it onto the desk, right on top of that cursed map. Maybe, without Bella's incessant voice in my ear, I can sort this out. I push the bottle to the side, examining the map, but it makes as little sense as before. The markings aren't defining enough for me to have any clear indication. Who the hell makes a map without a compass rose? I mutter. I push the damn thing to the side. I need a break from it, and I've been ignoring some of my other captain's duties. We're going to be running low on supplies in a few weeks if we don't find a way to replenish them. I don't know how long we'll be under here, and there are certainly no ports for us to visit. Ponder going back above, but I fear the ship won't survive the trip a second time. What a mess I've gotten myself into, I think as I shake my head. Besides, do I even want to tempt fate by going into port before talking to Bella? I slam my fist on the desk. Why can't I get her out of my head? No matter how many documents I look at or routes we might need to take, I can't focus on anything but the look on her face right before she ran away from me, flashing behind my eyes. I stuff the documents back inside my desk and sigh heavily. Once again, my eyes land on the map, and a mixture of dread and anger stirs within me. That's what started all of this. We were arguing over the damn thing, and we got all worked up. It wasn't even like there was passionate tension that we needed to release. More like pent-up aggression that just needed an outlet. Goddess, We just need a good hate romp so maybe we could actually get along. I'm not even sure I like the girl, which is why I'm fine if she leaves. I'll escort her off the damn ship myself. At the thought, I pick up the bottle and drain the second half of its contents before collapsing back in my chair. I'm feeling much more relaxed now, having not drank at this caliber in a long time. For some reason, I haven't felt the need to in years. Until tonight. I feel numb by the time the sun sets. I may have dug farther into that cabinet as the initial buzz wore off, and my stumbling gait doesn't go unnoticed. Captain, Taylor appraises me as she arranges the food on my plate. Are you feeling all right? In truth, my head feels heavy, but that doesn't stop me from rolling it to the side, pinching my forehead together, and giving her my best attempt at nonchalance. I'm feeling better than all right. Orr stifles a laugh behind her, and he has turned away to keep it in. I narrow my gaze at him, and he slips back into the kitchens. As I reach out for my plate, another furred arm slips past me. Let me help you to your seat, Varen says. I clap the Minotaur on the shoulder with a wide grin. Thank you for your assistance. He grimaces a little, but I ignore it as I sway over to my usual seat. All this standing is a lot of work on a boat. How have I never noticed it before? Varen sets my plate down, pulling my chair out for me, and once I've collapsed in it, he starts to turn away. I grasp his wrist, stopping him. Varen, please join me for dinner, I say loudly. He looks away from me, casting a glance to Orr as he approaches. Usually, at the captain's table with me is Orr and Bella, but I have the right to refuse anyone at my table. Orr looks between Varen and I, and offers the other Minotaur a shrug. Varen turns back to me with a bit of confusion dancing in his eyes. Captain, your table is already full. Nonsense, I'd kick out the open seat to my right, usually reserved for Bella. There's an open chair right here. He swallows hard, but he knows he can't refuse me. What a gracious offer, sir. Thank you. Varone takes his seat opposite of Orr, and I lean forward, grabbing both of their shoulders. Isn't this nice? Varen nods, and Orr gives me a sidelong glance. They both think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have a little. Just then, the room quiets. Not that there was much chatter to begin with. And I turn to see what everyone is looking at. Bella just walked in, and she's paused just inside the doorway, staring straight at Varen in her seat. It seems everyone is waiting for her reaction, especially as Varen starts to rise, ready to give up his seat for her. But I grab his shoulder and shove him back down. For a moment, her eyes meet mine, and my heart stutters. Then she flips her hair out of her face and turns toward Taylor, a bright smile on her face. It punches me in the gut, and I lift my cup to my lips, only to realize it's water. I scowl down at it, and Orr slides another toward me. This one is full of ale, and though Varen shoots a look at Orr, I take it, thanking my second mate. My eyes track Bella as I sip the ale, and I can see how stiff she is. She refuses to look at me, and when she bypasses my table with her rage, clearly brimming under her neutral expression, my heart sinks. I feel no victory in upsetting her, and I almost stop her. But then she sits down next to Sandra, her back to me, and the woman next to her turns around to peek at me. I try to offer her a smile, but then Bella nudges her and Trigon and Sandra both drop their heads. I can only imagine what she's saying about me. In fact, I can only imagine what everyone is saying right now. All eyes are flicking between the two of us. I don't think I've ever realized just how much attention we draw. It is a small crew, so I guess any discord is quickly noticed. It makes me think over some of the things that I heard Bella say. It's best for everyone involved. Is this what she was talking about? Maybe I was foolish to believe our spats wouldn't affect anyone else. I push my chair back, intending to stand up, and then Bella whips around to glare at me. I swear she knows me better than I know myself, and as I meet her gaze, daring me to approach her, I sink back in my seat. Why should I apologize to her? I've been a gracious captain, putting up with more than I should allow from my first mate. She's the one that wants to leave. I should let her go without a second thought. I knock back the rest of my ale and dig into my food. Goddess knows my body desperately needs it. With my stature, the alcohol's effects are already starting to wear, and I scarf down my dinner, ready to go raid the ship's supply. I don't usually touch that. It's for the crew at meals or during celebrations, but it's been too long since we've been to port. I haven't had a chance to replenish my stash, which was already running low before I laid waste to it. I stand, intending on going down to the supply rooms when I hear a loud shout. I recognize it immediately. Cassie is on the upper deck right now looking out as we eat, and if she's calling for us, something is wrong. Instantly, the lingering effects of my afternoon are gone. I make a mad dash for the steps leading to the deck, Bella and Orr on my heels. No matter what is happening between us, our ranks are important, and they both immediately fall in line. We crest the top of the stairs, nearly running into Cassie, who's wide-eyed and breathless. "Captain," she gasps out, "there's a rogue wave, sir." I look past her, striding farther onto the deck to see the very wave she's talking about. It seems the Selkie's machine is stirring up the currents, and the combination has made a wave taller than my mast. "Captain," Bella asks. "Get the ship ready," I announce. "We're going to take on some water, but we can survive this." As I say it, the wind from the approaching wave whips around us, warning us of its intensity. Maybe I shouldn't be so sure of our success. As a captain, I'm always a strategic thinker and try to keep my crew's hopes up. But they do have two eyes themselves, and they can all see certain death looming over us if we don't do this right. I look toward Bella, who only nods at me. She'll do whatever it takes to keep this ship afloat, or she'll go down with it. I'm almost relieved to be able to fall back into our old patterns, and I swear for a second I can see that same feeling in her eyes. But then she turns, taking off to her station, and the boat sways dangerously beneath me as the currents whip at the sides of the ship. "Oh, crap," Orr mutters behind me. He's not wrong. That wave is tall, dangerous, and headed straight for us.
Chapter 9. Bella. I honestly do not know how I feel at the moment. Aside from terrified, that is. I had gone down to the mess with the hope of being able to talk to Taneil about everything. The kiss, and whichever parts of the conversation with Sandra he had heard. No doubt, by the hole that now decorates the wall outside Sandra's door, he heard me say that I might leave the ship. We are two adults, capable of having an adult conversation, or so I had thought. Seeing Varen in my seat at the captain's table raises some doubts. Well, if Taneil wants to play childish games, so be it. If that is going to be his answer, without hearing my explanation, then I won't waste my time. However, I cannot think about that now. I keep my mind clear, thoughts only on the screaming winds and rushing waters. The sea churns around us, the ship rocking in the discourse. The wave, if it could even be called that, is much taller than any I have ever seen before. It towers well above the mast of the ship, likely 200 feet high. This needs to be done right or we will all die. I watch as the wave rushes forward with the strength of the forced air. Somewhere in the darkness there is at least one Selkie watching, waiting to see what the outcome of this event will be. Well, I won't allow them the satisfaction of watching us be crushed and drown in these murky underground waters. At least Taneil appears to be in the same state of mind. Whatever is going on between us can wait. The crew comes first. They will always come first. A point that I was trying to make, not a reason to avoid a relationship. Focus, Bella. I do not have the time to think about anything. With each passing moment, the wave draws nearer, but there. Where? Taneil's voice comes from my right. I don't take my eyes off the wave. The ship drops, having broken through another wave racing in the subterranean storm. I place a hand on Taneil's arm to steady myself, an action made without thought. I take my hand back almost as quickly as it went. He says nothing, but the stiffness of his posture speaks volumes. We need to ride the formation, raise the sails and pick up speed. His snort sends a rush of warm air down my neck, I didn't realise we were standing so close to one another. No, we'll drop the sails and ride the wind starboard. We are far enough out that we should avoid the brunt of the wave. There isn't time to argue about this. I turned to face him for the first time since we both came above deck. I wish there was more time. I don't want this argument, or the misunderstanding before it, to be the last words we ever say to each other. I want him to know that I don't want to leave the ship, but that if I stay, we can't get involved. The crew needs us to work as a team, and we seem to have a hard enough time as it is with that. Taneil stares down at me, meeting my determined gaze with a hard one of his own. Hard, like his head. The stubborn idiot. I told Sandra that he was a hot-headed fool, and here he was, proving me right once again. Though this is more than a matter of which direction is north on a map with no compass rose. This is the fate of every single soul on our ship. I need him to stop being, well, him. You're insane. That will leave us wide open for a direct hit. The force of a wave that size, hitting us broadside, will capsize the ship. I can't help but raise my voice. Partly out of frustration, but mostly because the wind is howling around us. I can't tell where it's coming from. Whipping through tunnels, coming from every direction at the same time. It is suffocating, and unlike anything I've ever faced on the surface. I would much rather go through the Moscow again than what we are dealing with right now. I stand my ground and cross my arms over my chest. We need to break the white water. Yes, we will take on some water, but only for a moment. We can push through and ride atop the wave through its course. I know by the look in his eye and the flare of his nostril that he isn't going to move. I wish he would just listen to me, trust me. I have never let him down, not when it came to the safety of the crew and the ship. I can hope that he won't let whatever he heard me say to Sandra affect his decision here. Taneil is an excellent captain. His crew adore him and he knows what he's doing. But I'm afraid that he's too angry at me right now to think straight. Perhaps I do owe him an honest conversation. However, there will be no time for that if his stubbornness gets us all killed. Number, we're going to do it my way. The finality in his tone keeps me from saying anything else. I settle for glaring at his back as he turns and walks towards the helm. I can't hear what he says to oar over the wind and the waves, but it is too late. We took too long. The shadow of the wave is looming over the ship, and with it, a heavy rain falls on the deck. I do not want to be on the deck when the wave finally hits us. I make my way to stand next to Taneil and oar, who looks almost apologetic, even though our brave and oh so intelligent captain does not. A horn sounds, and everyone braces for impact as Taneil turns the ship to starboard. Hard. Anything that wasn't tied down falls overboard. Barrels, ropes, supplies that we can't afford to lose are lost. He thinks he can outrace the wave, maybe even avoid it altogether, with no favourable wind and water crashing against the sides. I hate it when I am right. My knuckles are white from the grip around the banister as the rogue wave comes crashing down on top of us. It slams directly into the side of the ship, and the force tips us far onto our port side. I close my eyes, hold my breath, and wait for the water to overtake me. By the goddess, for she is the only explanation, it is a miracle we did not capsize. The ship rights itself with the help of the turbulent sea, and for a moment it seems that everything is actually all right. Taneil has a look of smug satisfaction on his face, and it's clear that he's ready to rub it in that his plan worked. More or less. I don't give him the chance. I still have work to do, and we must assess the damage to the ship. Honestly, Taneil could have been a little more careful. His thick skull and harebrained scheme nearly got us all killed. Crick. I stop in my tracks. The sound of wood splitting, like a branch being snapped over one's knee, echoes. Whatever the Selkies had done, whatever test of their weapon they were conducting was over. For now. And though the water is still restless, the winds are calm one more. Crack. Carefully manoeuvring around low-hanging cables and upturned boxes, I reach the railing and look over. Well, crap. The new sound is coming from a large split in the hull of the ship. Most of it seems to be above water, but it disappears below the surface just far enough that I don't doubt water is currently seeping in below deck. Now I am mad. If Taneil had listened to me, we wouldn't have a hole in the front of the ship. We wouldn't have lost precious resources, and it is all thanks to his stubbornness. Sandra was so sure that our love could be as strong as his temperament, but I don't have her strength to find out. If he will not listen to me now, I already know he will not listen to me in the future. I can't invest myself in that frustration. I will not bend and fold into whatever shape Taneil wants me to become. I worked too hard to get where I am, to earn the respect I have from everyone but him. I'm glad that I didn't stay after the kiss. It was nice, sure, but there's more to life than that. Like I told Sandra, I will end up leaving this ship. But first, I need to make sure that there is still a ship for me to leave. Taneil is busy surveying as I am. He is checking in with Cassie and a few other crew members who were on deck. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like anyone went overboard. I will make a roll call shortly. We're taking water into the hull. Captain, I hope he hears the disappointment in my voice, that his actions damaged his ship. Taneil says nothing for a minute, then turns to Orr. Take some men and start clearing water. He glances back in my direction and lets out a heavy sigh. There has to be land nearby that we can set into to make the repairs. I wrinkle my nose thinking of the map that we never agreed on in the first place, but need to find land. I hope that it wasn't damaged. If it is wet, ruined or worse, lost at sea, then so are we. There is no time to waste. I make my way towards Taneil's office without him. I hear his heavy steps behind me, sloshing in the puddles and kicking debris out of the way. The room is just as I suspected, shelves overturned and his desk is against the far wall, but the maps are still in the desk, and for that I am grateful. Well, I breathe deeply. Let's see where we are. Aside from wildly off course and nowhere near land.
Chapter 10. Taneil. Bella and I stand in my office, where water is leaking across the floor. It's not enough to cause concern, but since my office is on the lower levels to get away from all the noise of the upper decks, it's faring worse than the rooms overhead. The only place taking on more water is the supply room, which we have to clear out. We'll need to move everything thanks to the mess. She's fuming. I can feel it radiating off of her, and I can't even blame her for it. I made the wrong decision when I knew she was right. At that moment, I knew I should have listened to her, but my stubbornness got the better of me. Around Bella, I'm not myself. Now my ship is cracked and needs repairs. My crew is hurt, and we are going farther off course. Everyone is suffering because of me. Normally, this is when my anger kicks in. To my own surprise, I feel nothing but regret and shame, which are emotions I rarely let in. But the goddess is showing me the error of my ways, and who am I to ignore her warnings? It is becoming painfully clear that I don't know how to behave around Bella. I can't keep my mind straight, and while I thought that it was just a matter of pride and petty arguments over small things, I'm now seeing that being near her does jeopardize the others. Maybe she was right. As much as it pains me, it might be better for everyone for her to find another ship. I will never be the Minotaur for her, and our relationship, or lack thereof, is putting everyone in danger. Bella huffs before me, and I slowly lift my head to look at her. I'm surprised she's remained silent for so long. I expected her to tear into me as soon as that door shut behind her, telling me what an idiot I am and how I should listen to her and how insulting it is when I ignore her, and I would stand here and take it. Instead, she's not even looking at me. I'm stunned as she just stares at the map between us, her fingers tracing and her lips moving as if she is thinking. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I can't help staring her lips, her full lips that are begging me to just lean in and kiss. I think I figured it out. I blink, jolted out of my thoughts. I swear I can't get my head on right around this woman. What was that? What was I just thinking? The last time we kissed, she ran away from me and I drank myself stupid. I drag my hand down my face. What a hectic day it has been. It's close to midnight at this point, maybe past it, and my brain is foggy. I have a headache and dry mouth from the booze. My limbs are sore from 2 battles today, and my pride is severely wounded. More so from rejection than from what I've done to my ship. All of that tells me what a piss-poor captain I've been and how desperately I need to get away from Bella. Only I don't want to. I know Orr should be down here with her, figuring out this map while I finish checking on my crew. That would be better, but instead, I've decided to lock myself in a room with Bella, waiting for her to yell at me like some lovesick child. Damn, would I really rather listen to her tell me what an idiot I am than be away from her? I tug at my fur on my chin. Goddess above, help me! Taneil. My eyes snap up to Bella's and my heart nearly stops. She doesn't show an ounce of what I feel, though. Instead, she only looks mildly irritated. Did you hear me? I clear my throat, my tongue feeling like it's coated in sand. Yes, you figured out what? The map! Oh, crap. Here we go with the map again. My protests start to bubble in my chest, but I force them down. It's time to listen to her. I'm not always right. That's great. I sound less than enthused. I should be, but all I can think about is all that happened today. I'm a weary mess, and I just need some sleep. Some good ale-induced shut-eye. We can make it to a landmass before we take on too much water. She trails her finger along a path. We're coming up right here, see? It'll be the perfect place to stop. Come. I grab my tricorn hat and pull it snugly over my head. Let's tell Varen the new course. Something flashes in her eyes as I mention Varen, but she bites her tongue and nods. It makes my chest ache to know I did that to her. I was a fool trying to hurt her, and an idiot. We're quiet as we ascend to the upper decks. Gone is our easy banter. Now the air is thick between us. I don't know how to navigate it, so I don't try. I stay silent, stealing glances at her out of the corner of my eye, and cursing myself for ruining what we had by advancing on her. And I call myself a captain. I'm a terrified yearling at best, too afraid to send Bella away or tell her the truth. Topside, Varen spots us immediately. Captain! Bella! Have you deciphered the map? I look to Bella, who climbs up beside the other Minotaur at the helm. She splays it out before him, and I watch the way he leans over her shoulder to see the path she is dictating. I hate the jealousy that fills the pit of my stomach as I study how close they are. There's nothing between them, but even if there was, it's none of my business. Even as she tilts her head back to look up at him, and I study her long neck and the curve of her jaw, I know it's not my place to do so. She's in the perfect position to kiss. And if she'd get that close to me, if she'd look at me like that, I would do it. No, I remind myself. You can't. I hold in the heave of a sigh, ready to go raid what's in the mess for a semblance of relief as she climbs back down. It's late, and I should just bid her a good night. Like the fool I am, I offer to walk her to her room. To my surprise, she agrees. Thank you for your ingenuity, I tell her as we start back down toward the level with all the rooms. You may have saved the ship. There's a retort on the tip of her tongue. I can see it as she works her jaw, and I know just what she's thinking. The ship wouldn't be in need of saving if you'd have listened to me in the first place. But she doesn't say it. Instead, she nods, keeping her eyes forward. She's still upset with me, and I can't blame her. I was an idiot. But is it worth trying to repair this relationship? She's leaving, and I know it's for the best. Maybe it's better if we do our best for the crew and ignore our personal feelings for the rest of the time. But I just can't help myself. I can't let her be so hurt and angry. Bella, I know you were right about the wave. I should have listened to you. She noticeably softens, and it makes my heart leap. It shouldn't, but it does. I grit my teeth, hating that I know I can't have her like this. And as she turns toward me with those beautiful blue eyes looking ready to make amends, just like before when I kissed her. I know it will lead to that again if I get the chance. I cut her off. If I was the kind of man who apologized, I'd offer you one. internally I wince. I am a stubborn Minotaur, but I know when to admit I'm wrong. Bella knows this about me, too, so she'll hate me all the more for what I'm about to say. But that's unbecoming of a captain. And there it is. Her face falls a little, and then anger flashes in her eyes. Her mouth screws up, and I half expect her to slap my chest and tell me what an idiot I am. Well, thanks for the apology you didn't give me. Her fists are balled up at her side. I truly deserved it. I'm left standing alone in the corridor as she stalks off, turning into her room and slamming the door closed. I hear a muffled but distinctly angry shriek and a thud. I can almost picture the way she threw herself on her bed, cursing my name in every way imaginable. I'm a jerk. There's no denying that. But I'd rather be a broken-hearted, drunken jerk than let Bella die. I can't take her as my mate as badly as I want to. I can't risk anything happening to her. It's better this way, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like I've carved out a part of myself and lumped it into the ocean, because I know that if she wasn't already planning on leaving, she has to be now. I creep closer to her door, leaning in to listen. She's moving about, perhaps undressing for bed. The thought sends a flush of heat down my body, and I press a palm to the door. Goddess, give me the strength not to go in there. I want to storm in, to apologize and kiss Bella, and show her in every way how truly sorry I am for all the grief and frustration I cause her. I want her to see that I don't have to be her adversary. I don't have to be a bad guy, but my hand doesn't move. It stays pressed to the wood, aching to reach for the handle I don't dare touch. I lean my forehead against the door. And so quietly it's nearly silent, I whisper, I'm doing this for you. For a second I hold my breath. Maybe she'll pull the door open because she heard me. Maybe she feels all the tension I do and she'll come after me, admitting she wants me and was just scared before. But her room has fallen silent, and my heart shatters for the third time today. I peel myself away and go toward the mess where all the supplies are now stored. I'll find some new booze for the crew later, but Goddess knows I'm going to need our entire supply to get a wink of sleep tonight. No matter how many times I tell myself this is for the best, I just can't convince my own heart that. Because what I'm doing feels more like a punishment. And I know the only thing that could heal me is Bella.
Chapter 11. Bella. Slamming my door shut behind me feels just as good as the pillow muffling my shout. That bull-headed prick is the most stubborn and stuck-up, arrogant. I can lay here and insult him in my head all night. It won't change anything. His half-hearted, not even a real apology, was just salt rubbed into the wound that had opened between us. All he had to say was a sorry, component placement, and left it at that, instead of spewing excuses of not being the sort of Minotaur that apologised, implying I deserved one, but would never get it anyway. His hooves stop just outside my door. I feel my traitorous heart flutter at the thought that he might come in. I know he won't, however, because that would mean facing me and finishing the conversation I walked away from. Instead of acknowledging him, I keep getting ready for bed. I hear a light shuffle of noise. I think it's his voice, speaking against the wood of the door. But it's barely perceptible, and I'm not completely sure. I don't feel like opening the door, in case it makes me look stupid again, so I'm not going to ask him to repeat himself. I let my clothes drop to the floor. Normally I would set them aside, at the very least over the back of the chair, but not tonight. All the caring has left my body, and nothing is going to change that. I don't even think sleep will help. Laying in bed, sleep does not come. I can't stop thinking about the day's events. The battle, the kiss, the wave, the pressure of having to find land, or we all go down with this ship. My mind is racing, despite how mentally, emotionally, and physically exhausted I am. Being in the complete darkness of my cabin is not as soothing and reassuring as it normally is. I can hear the grinding of the pumps churning out water only a little faster than it's coming in. There are creaks and groans in the ship that weren't there before, loose boards as heavy hooves walk along the upper deck and keep an eye on the lower levels. I'm not going to be able to fall asleep like this. I put my clothes back on and slid my feet into my boots. There's no point in staying in my room counting the lines in the wooden ceiling when I could be helping the crew on night duty, all while their precious captain sleeps. Bella? I look over at the sound of my name and see Varren. I give him a soft smile as I finish coming up on deck. He is standing at the helm, keeping the ship on course for the Spider Island, a fitting name for the land formation. Hello, Varren. Smooth sailing? He looks uneasy, and I sigh as I come up and stand beside him. I'm not mad at you. That seems to take some of the tension out of his shoulders. He still doesn't appear to be fully convinced of that fact, but hopefully he will come around. I don't think the captain is mad at you either. I snort and shake my head. I don't think Taneil even knows what he feels about anything. I haven't even had the chance to tell Varren that I plan to leave for another ship as soon as we get back. It was a hard decision to make, but after all of yesterday's events it is really the only option for us, for the safety of the crew. Varren laughs, folding his arms over his chest as he looked out at the calm waters. The map lays out before him. The thick ink lines that vaguely resemble the body of a spider with 8 spindly legs stretching out over the surface of the water. That is our destination. I only hope it can provide us with the space and terrain needed to repair the ship. I'm still not used to it. Used to what, Bella? Being down here. Is it night time, or have we lost track of time and are doing our best? No stars or moon? And only the faint hint of winds and proxy weather formations from Selkie machinery as they near ever closer to completing their weapons. Varren nods, leaning over the table to stare out over the still waters. I understand. It is different. I just hope we'll be back on the surface before we can get used to it. That would be ideal, to find the red ruin and return to the surface. I miss the sun, the sound of birds, and the feel of a nice warm breeze over my skin. Thinking of the sun's warm embrace, Taneil's face appears behind my closed eyes, and I snap them open. I will miss him. I will miss all of them. And perhaps I am a little disheartened by the fact that I will miss out on whatever might have happened between us. Maybe once I'm off the ship, we might be able to sit down and talk about the future. What sort, I don't know. His strong arms around me, his lips on mine, the hard lines of his body, covered in the soft yet coarse fur. While I want to know how it would feel to have him on top of me, I can't afford to dwell on the thoughts. The kiss shouldn't have happened. It has been nothing but a point of conflict between us ever since. I can't help but think that he'd have listened to me if we had not kissed, that there would be none of the tension, so thick that the crew could eat it once our supplies drop even lower. It seems as if the whole ship is having trouble sleeping. After the wild day, I can hardly blame them. I enter the mess to check on the supplies, and most of the crew is there, having some form of small breakfast, including Taneil, as short-lived as his presence is. Our eyes meet as I walk closer. Once I'm halfway there, he gets up and leaves the room. Finally, I go to sleep for the night. The next morning, I hope that this behaviour will not last. But we both avoid having the conversation that we know is brewing between us. It seems like neither one of us are as brave as we claim to be. Instead, it has become a game of coming and going. Cat and mouse, but without the chase. The crew picks up on our tension even more so than before. I can see it in their eyes as they watch our interactions, or lack thereof, today. Taneil doesn't even say a single word to me. Instead, he busies himself with barking orders. All the while I sit at the helm with Varren and watch as Spider Island turns from a poor drawing on the map to a real landmass before us. A sense of relief comes over me. While the legs appear to be no more than rocky outcroppings that, if we aren't careful, will cause even more damage to the ship, the main body is huge. The large mountain of an island is outlined by a large beach area. It appears as though there will be plenty of space. The island could fit 12 ships and their crews, all needing to make repairs after their captains ignored the sound advice of their first mate. Land ho! Cassie's excited voice calls down from the crow's nest. Indeed, the island is rapidly approaching. With a gentle expertise, Varen manages to avoid all of the sharp rocks that would no doubt scuttle the ship beyond repair. Rowboats are lowered, and ropes are dropped, as Varen gets the ship as far up as he can with the aid of the water. I take my place on the beach with the men. A few ropes over, I see Taneil getting ready to pull as he shouts the order. We all pull, and with tremendous effort we manage to pull the ship fully onto the beach. The damage was both more and less than I thought it was going to be. From the amount of water that was coming in, it seemed drastic. But given the size and shape of the hole, and how deep it runs down, it was not as wide as it looked from the deck or the lower storage levels. It's all hands go, for the most part. Everyone gets to work preparing the resin. Thankfully, we still have everything that we need to make our repairs. I look around, taking in our surroundings. I like to be aware of just where I am, because you never know when it'll be important. The first thing I notice is sparse trees dotting the edge of the beach before dispersing into tall rocky walls. It's strange to have my feet in the dark grey sand. It feels cold to the touch, and I wonder, not for the first time, how any of this is possible. This entire underground world. What other sort of strange and wondrous things would we be able to find if we fully deciphered the map? Well, if Taneil ever does, that will be an adventure for him and his crew to have once the threat of the Selkies has been dealt with. I won't be around. My eye catches on a rock. It's a strange shape and I can't look away from it. Oh, it's not a rock. It's a woman. Her cloak flows around her as she stands on the top of a rocky ravine, looking down at us from her perch. The rest of the crew are completely unaware of her. From this distance, I can't tell if she is friend or foe, human or Selkie. Tearing my eyes away from her for the moment, I carefully make my way back down to the centre of the beach, where all the crew has gathered. With them are a few kegs and some food. Someone has put together a makeshift fire pit with the use of rocks and scrounged wood. It seems as though nothing will dampen their spirits. Captain? I call for Taneil's attention as I weave in and around the relaxing crew members. He looks over, a little exasperated. After everything, I think the crew deserves a break. We can't set sail until the resin has had time to dry anyway. I nod, understanding that. Everything that he's said makes perfect sense, but there's something about his tone that irritates me. He acts as if I'm such a prickly nag, always yelling at the crew for having fun. A bubble of annoyance works its way up my throat. I had called him to mention the woman that I had seen, but I suddenly decide against it. I don't want to talk to him right now anyway. I turn towards the ledge that I had seen her standing on, debating. If she poses any threat, I'll have to swallow my pride and speak to him, of course. However, this time the cliff face is empty and shows no signs of anyone being there. In fact, there's not even a hint as to how someone could get there. Now that she's missing, it seems impossible. Come on, Bella. Cassie grins as she appears out of nowhere and wraps an arm around my shoulders, a mug in her other hand. You need a drink more than any of us. She isn't wrong, not in the least bit. I generally try not to drink, but what can one hurt? My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents. If you marry me,
Okay, I'll marry you.
godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 12. Taneil, I'm not an unreasonable captain. While I did steal all of the liquor on the ship, I left the ale. That's what's flowing easily at this little beach party, and this time, I'm trying to pace myself. No one has mentioned the decreasing supply of booze. Well, except Taylor. She brought out several bottles of wine, and when Orr asked where those had been, she said she hid them for safekeeping. I think everyone saw the glare she threw at me. So I've settled into the corner, just outside the glow of the fire, where I can listen to Sandra play. She's been a great asset to the crew. Her and Bella have grown closer, and she keeps everyone's spirits up. Even Taylor seems to like her, and Taylor doesn't like anyone. In fact, I see her beside Sandra, smiling. And not like the sarcastic smile that I used to think her face was stuck in minus when she is around Orr. She has specific scowl reserved for him. No, everyone is smiling, and my eyes roam over them. And as I search the crowd, I realize someone is missing. I don't see Bella anywhere. She's not next to Sandra and Taylor as I expected, and I'm starting to feel panic rise in the back of my throat. Then I spot her. She's made it difficult as she dances along the edge of the crowd, blending into the shadows, but my eyes track her as she slinks away. Maybe I should give her space, but I rise to my feet anyway. I lose her almost immediately, but the small path I am on only seems to have one way to go. It's a rocky trail cutting up along the shore, and I start to wonder if Bella even knows where she's going. Am I going to get lost going after her? Will she? Before I can start to worry about my poor navigation skills, though, the trees break away from where I am, revealing the cliffs. Immediately, I see Bella up at the top. Her back is to me, and her face is tipped up to the sky so she doesn't see me as I approach. I'm pretty sure with my loud footsteps she does hear me coming, though. "Hey," I say behind her. She doesn't jolt, so I know she heard me coming. Still, she doesn't turn around. My heart sinks, and I know that she's upset with me. I know that I hurt her, and I can't keep doing that. Maybe it's better she knew the truth. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I begin to confess. I know you don't want to talk to me right now, and I know I can be hard-headed, and I should have listened to you about the rogue wave. You were right. I want to cringe away, but I force myself to keep going. Bella, I know you're mad about what I said, and I just want you to know there's a reason I pushed you away. What? She snaps. She's angrier than I expected. We can't be together. She snorts. Well, I know that. I didn't want to be with you anyway. I broke off the kiss. Her words sting. She's the one that left, but I'm also the one that keeps hurting her. How can I blame her? Besides, she may have said that she needed to leave, but she did kiss me back. There has to be something between us. I didn't imagine it. I know you did, but I didn't think that meant you didn't want to be with me. She half turns towards me. The smirk on her face doesn't hide the pain in her eyes. It was a mistake. Leave it at that. Even though I know better, I take a step forward. You can't mean that. I've never been so certain of something in my life. I drag a hand down my face. I want to think she's trying to hurt me, but I fear that she's being honest. I didn't see it that way. She shrugs and turns away from me again. I sigh heavily. What are you doing up here anyway? Bella tugs her bottom lip through her teeth. I can tell she doesn't want to talk to me, but whatever pulled her up here might be big enough for her to open up. I hate the distance between us, and I want, if only for a moment, for things to go back to the way they were. She finally relents, turning around with a groan. I thought I saw someone up here, okay? I'm pretty sure everyone's down at the shore. No one wants to pass up on the party. Not someone from our crew. It was... She trails off as she gathers her thoughts. It looked like an older woman. A native? I ask. Bella looks almost annoyed by my question. Potentially, but when I got up here, she was already gone. She couldn't have gone far. Let me help you look. She doesn't look inclined to let me help her, but finally she shrugs. Fine. Together, we start off down the cliffs, opposite the way we came. It would be very helpful to find someone who has been in the undersea longer. She may be able to tell us more about the Selkies or the Red Ruin. Which way did she go? I ask as my eyes search for footprints or hidden paths in the sand. Bella shrugs. I didn't see her leave. I thought I saw her when we were on the beach, but by the time I got up there, she was gone. I don't even know if I actually saw someone. Bella has always been very observant, so I don't doubt her. But the longer we walk, the more uncertain I become. There's no disturbance in the sand, no break in the overgrown brush, no snapped branches or broken vines. There's no trace of another person. And when the path we're on wraps around toward the beach, where the crew is still drinking, we both have to face that. Maybe there wasn't anyone up there. What a waste of time, Bella mutters. If I was the kind of person who apologized, I might do so for stealing the better part of your night. She throws me a glare. But I'm not that kind of person. Ouch. I get the message, and while I might have been about to back out of my explanation, she has thrown the pain I've caused her right back in my face. Bella. My voice is barely more than a whisper as I stop. I'm not ready to go back to the crew yet. I don't fully expect her to listen to me. She keeps walking, but after a few glances back at me, her steps falter. Finally, she turns, stomping toward me. What? She hisses. I clench my jaw. Her anger is starting to irk me a little bit when I'm trying my best here. Come with me. No, Taneil, I'm quite tired, and I think it's time For God's sake, I mutter, grabbing her wrist and dragging her along behind me. You can be such a stubborn, hard-headed idiot! She curses at me as she struggles against my grip. You've worn through my patience! You never have any! You're lucky I didn't throw you over my shoulder. I dare you to try! Any bit of rage I'd managed to diminish has definitely returned tenfold, but I don't care. If she doesn't want to listen to me, then I'll make her listen. I tug her back up to the beaches along the cliffs where we can look out across the ocean. We're far enough from the crew that we won't be bothered, but we should be easy to find if need be. And when Bella pushes me over the edge of the cliffs, at least they'll see my body fall. Taneil! She shrieks. Let me I drop her wrist as she tries to wrench it away from me, and she tumbles back on her tailbone. She glares at me as I stand over her. There. Why did you drag me back up here? She stands to dust off her pants. Because, I drag my hand down my face, I need to tell you something. Well, I don't want to hear it, she huffs. Bella turns, stomping down toward the path that led me up here originally, and I call out after her. There's a reason I've been pushing you away, Bella, and it's not because I don't want you. She freezes, slowly turning around to face me. Her blue eyes are wide in disbelief, and barely controlled anger is there. Then what is it? I take a few steps forward, and her body tenses. She's wound so tight I fear she will snap, and I want to reach out and take her, but I can't, and that's what I need to explain to her. I killed a dark elf by the name of Shitza years ago. He was very powerful, and after he died, I started to get these dreams. It's the same one over and over, depicting a terrible reality. It became clear to me that Shitza's dark magic will affect my future, and these dreams are a premonition. The goddess is trying to warn me against the evil waiting for me. Bella screws up her face. And what exactly are these dreams about? My heart starts to thud like it always does. It's me, standing by a gravestone. My mouth starts to turn dry, but I keep going. Of my mate that has passed. This softens her features just a little. What? I nod. I believe that if I were to ever take a mate, Sheets' magic would harm her in some way. I would be the reason she dies since he can't kill me with a spell. I take a step closer to her, and my eyes dart down to her mouth as her lips part. What does that have to do with me? Bella, can't you see? I don't want anything to happen to you. Goddess above, my chest is going to explode. I want you, but I can't have you, and I won't be selfish enough to take you if it'll put you in danger. I'm close enough now that I can touch her. Her head is tilted back to stare up at me. My fingers twitch, aching to cup her jaw. I'm only in danger if I become your mate. She steps closer. I suppose. She's so close now that I can feel the heat radiating off of her. I don't have to be your mate, Taneil. Not if we're looking for a little comfort. Her hand trails up my vest to the exposed fur of my chest. My breath catches in my throat, and she looks up at me with those piercing blue eyes beneath dark lashes. A little relief, she breathes. She toys with the fur along my collarbones, and my walls are crumbling. I lift one hand to grip the back of her skull, and a shiver chases down her spine. Maybe you're right. Bella pushes up on her toes, taking away the last bit of space as she breathes out a final remark. I know I am. I can't take it any longer. My lips meet hers, and I'm lost. And there's no coming back from it this time.
Chapter 13. Bella. I'm still incredibly pissed at Taneil. His bullcrap excuses and flimsy temper have done nothing for my anger, but being around him turns the air electric, and the way he was staring at my lips made my mind lose all thought, not to mention how my body reacted to his touch. It's clear I need to get this man out of my system if I'm going to get my head on right. And just like I told him, this isn't anything serious. It's a bit of release, something we both need. Or at least I thought it was until he bent down to press his lips to mine. But the second his taste hits me, my body is overpowered with this desperate need for him. It's something that even I didn't know was buried within me. Taneil grips the back of my head, his fingers tangling in my strands, and I moan as he rips my head back. My lips part, giving him easy access to slip his tongue inside. I thought I loved the taste of him before, but as he whips me into submission, I realise that he is intoxicating. Taneil is my drug, and I can't get enough. He seems to grow impatient too, because he picks me up in his arms, tearing his mouth from mine. With a sharp yank of my hair, he rips my head back to expose my throat. He descends on the sensitive skin there, biting and licking as my hands grip his shoulders, and small cries make their way up my throat. I quite like you like this, he murmurs against my heated flesh, whimpering and begging for me. It's a much better use of that smart mouth. My smart mouth has many uses. I snip back as he runs his teeth along the shell of my ear. Really? He breathes, and a shiver chases through me. His hand grips my butt and he digs in, squeezing me roughly. I'd love to see it. I snap my head to the side so that our noses brush. You'll have to earn it. He grins, and it's so hot and mischievous that I wonder where the hell this Minotaur has been the entire time. I think I already have.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 14, Taneil. I've wanted Bella for so long I've imagined it dozens of times. I knew I wanted to take every second to taste her, but I didn't expect to become quite so feral once I did. Her juices still wets my lips, and I'm painfully hard just from the thought. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 15. Bella. The distant sounds of revelry from the crew on the beach begin to die out as I lay awake at the top of the seaside cliff, tucked firmly into Taneil's side, only his cloak between me and the vast undersea beyond. What did we just do? Taneil's chest rises and falls in rhythmic bouts, sleep smoothing his brow and lending his face a type of purity and peace I've never seen on it before. I tilt my chin up to get a better view of his face, and he snorts sleepily at my sudden motion before settling back into a deep sleep. I smile softly, resisting the urge to trace the planes of his face with my fingertips. Only in my most private moments did I ever allow myself to imagine what it might be like to bed Taneil, but that exceeded any expectation or hope I ever had. There was a part of me that thought that perhaps I had an inflated sense of the type of lover he'd be because of the long history of heat and tension between us. After all, it happens that way sometimes. All of the build-up and tension just fizzles out when you finally act on whatever urge is compelling you towards someone. Suffice to say, though, tonight eclipsed any of my prior idle conjectures. Despite the steady hum of the afterglow of my release and the peacefulness of this moment with Taneil, anxiety begins to roll in my stomach. I'd said earlier that being able to provide comfort to one another didn't have to mean anything, much less mean forever. But after that, I don't know if I can go back to pretending there's nothing here between Taneil and I. Because there is something here. Something whispers. Some small part of me unwilling to let me hide from the truth of this moment. I've spent so long denying the spark between Taneil and me to anyone who'd listen that I don't know what to do with myself now that it's time to face the music. I don't know what I'd say to the rest of the crew, to Sandra, if they all turned out to be right and Taneil and I were just too stubborn to realise it. I traced the pad of my finger gently over Taneil's chest, savouring the strength and warmth of his body wrapped around mine as I try to make sense of my thoughts. Taneil hums sleepily, pulling me tighter against him, and for a moment I can think of nothing other than what it might be like to be with him, truly be with him. But that will never happen. The sting of the realisation makes my finger halt in its lackadaisical path, and I tuck my hand tightly into a fist before pulling my arm back to my body. Given how adamant Taneil was about his prophetic dream, he has no interest in any kind of real relationship. If there even is a dream to begin with, logically, I think bitterly. It's entirely possible that Taneil felt the need to come up with something compelling on the fly to explain why he doesn't want to pursue a relationship with me. Minotaurs don't have magic or clairvoyance or whatever else he's claiming to have. Guess his nightmare wasn't as serious as he claimed, if he's sleeping so soundly now. The first embers of anger start to bloom in my chest, fanned by my embarrassment at my own useless pining for him. He didn't have to make up such a ridiculous story to keep me at arm's length. He could have just said he wasn't interested like that. But I guess that wouldn't have gotten him into my pants the same way. I bite back a snarl, seriously contemplating wrapping my hands around his thick throat and strangling the ever-loving life out of him to vent some of my frustration. Why do things always have to be so complicated between us? He could just say what he thinks and how he feels, and all of this would resolve itself. Pot, meet the kettle, I think with dark humour, stifling a groan. My thoughts turned sour as I lay beside Taneil, every wall I'd let down through the course of the evening coming back up, brick by brick. You know what? Fine. There might be something between Taneil and me, but it will never be anything larger than what it is right now. In fact, I'll smother it myself. Taneil said himself that he has no interest in taking a mate for safety anyways, so this was all just a big mistake. A massive, stupid, torturous mistake. Try as I might, I can't seem to clear Taneil's stupid dream from my thoughts. Clearly he has some commitment issues. The idea of even exploring a relationship was so terrifying, so unsavoury to him that he literally threatened death. My death. Was he just trying to scare me away? Did he seriously think I'd buy this load of Torah crap? How stupid does he think I am? What a disaster. This will never happen again, I promise myself, my resolve growing with every passing second. Allowing this to happen, laying with Taneil, was just a moment of weakness. It was a product of the insanity of the past couple of days, nothing more. My emotions are just running high. I don't actually want him. Even telling myself that, though, I can't deny how good it feels to be close to him. This time, I can't stifle the groan that slips from my lips, and Taneil stirs slightly beside me at the sound. Fear freezes me as I'm faced with the possibility of Taneil waking up, and I quickly realise that despite my extensive inner monologue about the night's events and what it could mean for us, as well as the crew and my position on board the Star Treader, I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to say to him. Thankfully, Taneil settles back into sleep, buying me a little more time to try and make sense of the swirl of thoughts and emotions taking over my mind. What am I going to say to him? I suppose I could say everything I think, but I doubt he'd respond well to me calling him a liar. Maybe I won't have to say much of anything. After all, if he's so disinterested in pursuing a relationship, he probably won't pry or try to define whatever just happened between us. The thought gives me a marginal amount of peace, and I decide that it's the most likely of all of the outcomes. Between Taneil's dream and his hot-headed, stubborn nature, he probably won't have the time or inclination to try and really talk. And if he tries to initiate anything like this again, I'll avoid him. Or tell him I'm not interested either. That'll put him in his place. I sigh, feeling steadier now that I've decided upon a course of action. Dealing with Taneil and whatever is happening between us is like running the ship in a storm, in more ways than one. We never seem to agree and never seem to understand the other's perspective. But once a course is set, there's nothing left to do but follow it. And follow it I will. Taneil will wake up, this strangely tender moment will be over with, and we won't have to talk about it again. I'll avoid him until we make it back topside and throw myself into my work on the Star Treader. And after that, I'll say my goodbyes to the rest of the crew and find a new ship to sail on. I'll make a home somewhere else, and maybe I'll finally be free of this awful, psychological purgatory. Maybe I'll even fall in love. The deep, night-like colours of the lichen blur before my tired eyes, the lids growing heavier now that adrenaline and anxiety aren't forcing my body awake. After the physical exertion of the last few hours, not to mention the excitement of the day prior, it's a wonder I've managed to stay awake for this long. Sleep sweeps in, hypnotising and heavy, and my lashes flutter shut. Everything's going to be fine, I tell myself. Mistake or not, things will get resolved, and I'll be happier and better off for it. I'm about to fall headlong into unconsciousness when a slight rustle breaks into my awareness. I cast a bleary glance over the surrounding landscape, and finding nothing of note, let my eyes fall shut again. I'm inches from sleep when, yet again, a whispering of motion drags me from the night's sweet embrace. This time, I blink my eyes against my weariness, studying the landscape more intently from beneath Taneil's massive arm. Nothing but rock and sparse undersea flora greet me, and after a few moments, I manage to convince myself I'm imagining things. This island has proven to be largely uninhabited, save for a few native species of animals. Taneil sleeps soundly beside me, and I let his soft breath soothe my growing anxiety. There's nothing to be afraid of. Probably just a small animal looking for a late-night snack. But for the third time as I lie next to Taneil with my eyes shut, a series of rocks clacking against one another and underbrush snapping keeps me from sleep. I screw my eyes shut tighter, willing myself to relax and get at least a little bit of rest. This is ridiculous. I huff to myself over the unease sliding down my spine. Your mind is playing tricks on you. You're exhausted and overwhelmed. It's nothing. The noise ceases, but while I prayed for silence mere moments ago, the sudden quiet only serves to heighten my anxiety. I'm certain we're being watched. I can feel someone's eyes on me as if it were a physical touch. The sense that we're not alone grows with every passing moment, and eventually, I can't help myself. I crack open an eye, only to find a gnarled elderly woman standing over us, watching us sleep.
Chapter 16, Taneil. A high-pitched shriek jerks me from my slumber, my body flying into action before my mind can catch up. Suddenly, I'm on my feet, naked as the day I was born as I whirl around and begin to make sense of my surroundings. Spider Island, the beach party, the cliffside, Bella. I jerk toward where Bella was laying beside me to find her clinging to my cloak, holding it against her chest like a shield while a grizzled old woman stands mere inches from her. Without thinking, I fly at the woman, unable to think or worry about anything other than protecting Bella from our unwanted visitor. I lunge at the old woman, my fist clenched and arm extended, to deliver an unforgiving blow to the woman's temple. My strike never connects, however, and I'm suddenly flying through a strange, sickly sweet mist, the force of my blow and the lack of a target sending me sprawling to the ground. A sharp cackle sounds over my shoulder, and I jump to my feet with a snarl to find the old woman has reappeared a few feet away, on the other side of the place Bella and I made a pallet to sleep on, and where Bella still sits, looking as confused as I've ever seen her. "You're a Purna," she murmurs in wonder at the old woman, who turns her strange golden eyes to Bella. "Indeed I am," the Purna responds with a measure of pride, readjusting her long, ashen gray robes. "Purna?" I echo, the unfamiliar word feeling strange in my mouth. I refuse to take my eyes off of the mysterious old woman, sidling closer to Bella as I appraise the woman warily. Whatever the old woman is, it can't be good. I'd heard whispers of them the last time we docked in Prash. I'd thought they were just a local legend, but... Bella trails off, studying the old woman, the Purna, with renewed vigor. "And what in the goddess's names is a Purna?" I press Bella, my eyes still on the old woman. "Magic made flesh," the Purna answers smugly. Out of the corner of my eye, Bella's mouth opens and closes the way it does when she has too many questions to ask at once. "Well, I don't care what you are," I growl, readying to lunge at the Purna again. The Purna says as she waggles a finger at me. "If you're going to insist on tussling with an old woman, at least find the decency to put some pants on. I've already seen too much of the both of you as it is." My jaw slackens in my face, shock quelling my fight-or-flight instincts. I shoot a look at Bella, whose face has turned a deep shade of crimson as she stares at the Purna in horror. "What do you mean, both of us?" she squeaks. The Purna offers a devilish grin, deepening the many lines on her aged face, as she waves her hand in front of her dismissively. "Nothing this old Purna hasn't seen. Or done," she whispers conspiratorially to Bella. "Nothing to be embarrassed about." Bella groans and pulls the cloak over her head, burrowing deep into the thick fabric to try to hide from the situation we found ourselves in. Too stuck in my shock to move, I simply look between the two women. "Purna!" I parrot uselessly as the information sinks in. The Purna clucks at me, waving her hand again. Yes, Purna," she confirms exasperatedly. "Now put that monster away." The old woman nods between my legs. "I don't have long left, you know. I can't have you oafing about the whole night." I glance down, realizing I am indeed still standing stark naked before the old woman, and hurry to where my trousers lay in a pile beside Bella. pulling them on quickly and tossing Bella her tunic so she can cover up as well. Bella snatches it out of the air, pulling it on beneath the cloak before re-emerging, only marginally less red than she was before disappearing under the safety of my cloak. The Purna glances between the two of us, a thoughtful look crossing her face. "You know, the two of you make a handsome couple," she says idly as she studies us. "Careful," I growl at her, trying to regain control of the situation. "Who are you? Why are you here? Why were you watching us?" "Well, I'm just saying," the old woman says with a shrug. With a flourish of her robes, the Purna bows deeply, her long salt and pepper hair falling forward from beneath her cloak. "Mile the Magnificent, at your service," she says, with a grandiose air before winking at Bella. "I added the superlative myself." Bella grins despite herself, but I can't say I'm finding the same humor in the situation. "That's one of 3, Mile," I say lowly. Both the Purna and Bella give me an exasperated look, and despite the fact that Mile is a stranger and one we found watching us, at that it somehow feels like I'm the outsider in this situation. "Minotaur men," grumbles Mile as she straightens herself out. Bella snorts her agreement, and I shoot her a look before returning my gaze to the Purna. "You asked why I'm here?" Mile says with a sigh as if bored of the conversation. "Are you asking why I'm here, or why I'm in the Undersea?" "Both," I respond simply, eyeing her warily as I inch closer to Bella. The old woman may seem unthreatening, but I don't trust her. At the very least, she's a pervert. Bella's gaze is set firmly on mild curiosity sparking in her eyes as she leans forward to listen to the Purna. "I haven't always been in the Undersea," Miles says as she begins her story. "Long ago, I dwelled on the surface. I was one of the most powerful Purna to ever walk Protheka, although I'm sure someone else has risen to the helm in my absence. My home was on Osiris, or what was once called Osiris, a grand island that was known far and wide for its glittering temple, its denizens some of the fiercest on all of Protheka." Bella and I exchange a pointed look. I've never heard of this island, and while the old woman is obviously quite old, surely she can't be older than the continents themselves. Mile pushes forward in her tale, either not noticing or not caring about Bella and I's aside. "Being as powerful as I was, I grew bored. I wanted to see just what my magic was capable of, how far I could push the boundaries of what was known. Unfortunately, the Coven was displeased with my experiments," she says, her gaze growing dark at the memory. "They called my progress dangerous, crazed even. I found myself in exile before anyone could truly grasp the genius of my work. And what better place to exile a rogue Purna than the labyrinth of the Undersea?" Miles says, motioning around us. "Exactly how old are you?" Bella interjects, awe still coloring her features. Melee clucks at her with a motherly smile. "A lady never reveals her age," she says, before returning her gaze to me. Bella hums her acknowledgement as Mile continues. "As for why I'm at the peak of this cliff, biding my time through your night of passion," Male says with a smirk, "I thought we could make use of one another. And what use could you possibly have to us?" I bite back, now practically on top of Bella. She elbows me hard in the pit of my knee, shooting me a glare. "You're in the way. I don't need your protection," Bella's eyes say from her spot on the ground. I huff my annoyance, but step slightly away so as to not impede her view of the Purna, though not far enough to leave her undefended, of course. "Why, I have the answer to your mission." My head snaps back to the Purna, and I'm unable to keep the shock from my face. Our mission? How does she know about our mission? As if she can read my mind, Mile rolls her eyes, letting out a long-suffering sigh. "What part of magic made flesh do you not understand, Minotaur?" she asks exasperatedly. "The arcane engine those devious little Selkies have put together has caused quite a stir on the astral plane." "Nobody can seem to shut up about the damned thing," Mile mutters. Before I can fully absorb what Mile's saying, or ask what she's even talking about, The Perna is speaking again. You want the arcane engine destroyed before the serpent is able to use it against the surface world, correct? She asks, although she clearly already knows the answer. Yes, Bella confirms, earning her another glare from me, which she pointedly ignores. And you seek the Red Ruin to do so? Mile presses. This time it's no surprise to me that the old Perna already knows what we're after. Yes, Bella says again, her excitement palpable. Do you have it? Do you know where it is? Mile's lips twist into another smile, contorting her papery skin. I interject before she can speak. What's your price? For helping us? I make no effort to soften my tone as I address Mile, but to my surprise, the Perna's grin only deepens. Perhaps you're a smart beast, after all, she says to me with a subtle incline of her head. If the comment is supposed to be a compliment, it doesn't land like one. I'm bored, Miles says simply with a one-shouldered shrug. I want to board your ship with you when you set off, and I want to dine amongst you. It's been ages since I've had surface food, she adds, the hunger in her eyes only deepening my distrust of her. You can't eat my crew members, I snap at her. Silence hangs for a moment before Mile lets out an incredulous guffaw, which quickly turns into howling laughter. I growl, shifting on my feet and trying to stifle the growing embarrassment. Mile's peals of laughter die out after a too long moment, and she wipes a stray tear from her eye as she takes a shuddering breath, the last of her peals of laughter subsiding. Eat your crew? Why in the world would you assume I wanted to eat your crew? Mile asks, humor dancing in her eyes as she continues to catch her breath. I trail off. I can't find it in me to admit that the eerie old woman scares me, or that I know absolutely nothing of the legends of the Perna, especially in front of Bella. Luckily, Mile doesn't force me to respond, instead breaking the awkward moment of silence. I smelled stew, real stew, and figured my knowledge was worth trading for a full belly and a little adventure. I'm not going to pick my teeth with the bones of your ragtag sailors, dear Minotaur. Maeve looks between Bella and I, her expression sobering slightly. Do we have a deal? She asks. I look at Bella, letting the question show through in my eyes. Well, what do you think? I think we have no other option. Bella intones silently. Oh, all she's asking for is food and a ride, and we have the resources to provide both. It's better than sailing aimlessly and hoping to stumble across the Red Ruin. Turning away from Bella, I look the Perna directly in those off-putting golden eyes. It's a deal. You have to follow the ship rules and follow commands when we're aboard the Star Treader as they're issued to you. But those are the only caveats, I say firmly. The shock on Bella's face as I oblige her in this is enough of a reward for my actions that I nearly forget the Perna's side of the bargain. Wonderful, Mile exclaims gleefully, clapping her hands together. Now that we're shipmates, I think I deserve to know your names. Can't you just poke through our heads to find out? I grumble under my breath. Mile arches an eyebrow at me as she gives me a smile. Where's the fun in that? She quips back before turning to Bella expectantly. After yanking on her trousers beneath the covering of my cloak, Bella rises to her feet, extending a hand toward the old Perna. I'm the first mate of the Star Treader, Bella the Bold, at your service, she says with a grin as Molly shakes her outstretched hand. I added the superlative myself, she whispers loudly, sending the old woman into another fit of laughter. Oh, I knew I liked you, Miles says as she releases Bella's hand before turning to me. We stare at each other for a moment, and I make no move to step forward. This is a business deal, nothing more. I don't need to treat her like some esteemed guest. That's Taneil, Bella supplies with a sigh and a glare in my direction. He'd tell you introductions are unbecoming of a captain. I shoot a growl at Bella for her snarky remark, but it comes out half-hearted. I earned that one. Oh, the captain, Mile repeats as she looks between the two of us. The captain and the first mate, sneaking off together. What juicy gossip! There will be no gossiping on the ship either, I snarl at her as Bella blushes yet again. Mile laughs, wagging a finger at me. You don't get to make up rules on the fly, Captain. Not when we've already made our deal, she scolds. I'm already beginning to regret this. To prove what a good and trustworthy crew member I am, Mile continues with a little two-finger salute in my direction, I'll tell you how to destroy the Serpent's engine before you feed me. Bella and I wait expectantly for Mile to continue, and after the Purna has held for a significantly long dramatic pause, she does. The red ruin you seek is indeed here in the undersea, Mile begins, savoring each word. It's on the continent, a few days' journey from this island. It's guarded by a creature of the deep. I'll be able to help more once we arrive. I give the Purna a curt nod, and she looks between Bella and I for a moment, as if to confirm that the information she supplied is enough. Finding no objection, the old woman begins to pick her way down the cliffside toward the beach, where the crew is beginning to awake. I'm dying for food and a little fun, Mile calls over her shoulder to no one in particular. Bella snorts a laugh and turns to follow the Purna before I stop her, my hand twining gently around her upper arm and tugging her toward me. Well, this isn't what I imagined waking up next to her would be. At least I still have this stolen moment. I lean forward to catch her lips with mine in a kiss, but Bella turns her head at the last moment, my lips landing squarely on her cheek. Surprised, I pull back, unsure of what to make of the sudden change in behavior. We shouldn't do this again, she says quietly, avoiding my eyes. Hurt and surprise mingle in my chest, and I open my mouth to ask what's changed when Bella cuts me off. It's what's best for everyone. You know, your dream and all, she says again, her blue eyes piercing as they meet mine. Something in her voice, her face, makes me feel like something larger is at play. But she's right. This shouldn't happen again. Right. It was just a one-time thing, I say as I offer her a shrug, feigning nonchalance to mask the sting of her rejection. Bella holds my gaze for a moment too long before turning away and beginning to follow after Mile, who's halfway to the beach already. Images of my dream flash through my mind as I watch her walk away, and something occurs to me. Last night was the first night in weeks I haven't had the nightmare while I slept. A part of me can't help but wonder if it's because Bella was at my side.
Chapter 17. Bella. Well, crap. After following Maëlie down the cliffside and introducing her to the rest of the crew, who responded with varying degrees of surprise and warmth, I'm left sitting by the dying bonfire on the beach as the crew works around me, Taneil leading them as usual. The strong muscles in his back ripple as he lifts boxes of cargo and carries them back on board the Star Treader, where crew members had hauled them off to provide seating and eating surfaces during last night's revelry. I watch him as he works, trying hard not to let my emotions show through on my face. Even though I know it's for the best that I'd rebuffed Taneil's sweet gesture, I can't help but feel regretful. As silly as it is, I truly think there's something there. A part of me can't help but wonder what would have happened if I hadn't turned away from his advance. We would have kissed, perhaps shared a sweet moment. And then what? Would I be at his side right now instead of moping by the fire? I sigh, kicking at the sand beneath my feet, as I turn my attention away from Taneil. Playing the what-if game will do me no good now. What's done is done. Instead, I look up to see Mile devouring her 5th bowl of stew, the traditional bahru dribbling down the sides of her mouth and staining her grey robes as her lips smack together happily. Varen stands several yards away, his bowl of stew forgotten in his hand, as he stares at Mile with a thinly veiled mask of horror and disgust. Our Minotaur helmsman has always been the most superstitious member of our crew, and is easily spooked by anything relating to the occult, mysterious or strange, much to the delight of our crew. I stifle a smile as the numerous pranks we've pulled on Varen flit through my mind, each one funnier than the last. The one I'm particularly proud of was something Taneil and I concocted that involved a bit of fishing line and an old piece of the sail. We'd had a bit too much ale and decided we wanted to play on Varen's fear of the occult to help break up the monotony of being at sea for a few weeks. Using the fishing line, we'd strung the sheet up as if it were some type of ghost and tied various objects like a mug and a spyglass up beside it in his cabin. Thanks to the dim light, the fishing line was practically invisible, and we waited until Varren returned from the helm, tired and ready to fall in his bed. The second he opened the door, Taneil and I began pulling wildly on the fishing line, making the strung-up sail, and the objects looked like they were floating and dancing wildly in the air. A laugh escapes me as I think back to the look on his face, which I quickly turn into a cough. Even the look on Varren's face that night hardly holds a candle to the way he's looking at Mile now, although I suppose that's to be expected, considering he's now sharing the ship with a mythical Perner who specialises in the occult. Mile lets out a sudden choking sound, likely from eating too fast, and the sudden noise makes Varren jump so hard he spills his scorching hot baru completely down the front of his tunic. This time, I can't control my laughter, dissolving into a snorting fit as Varren lets out a string of curses and shoots me a dirty look. Cassie is at his side in an instant, appearing from seemingly nowhere as she so commonly does, a handkerchief in her hand and fighting to keep the smile from her face, although laughter dances in her eyes. Varren mumbles his thanks, shooting me another glare before heading back toward the ship. "Jumpy one, that one," Mile says conversationally as she slurps down the remnants of her baru. I give her a grin. She knows full well what she's doing. Well, he's always been a bit skittish around things he doesn't understand, so he's probably going to stay that way with you aboard, I tell her as I take her bowl from her, rising to my feet to return it to where Taylor is fielding a horde of hungry sailors. Mile rises with me, trailing behind me with a devilish smile on her face. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," she says with false innocence as Taylor grabs the bowl from me with a grateful smile, wiping it down quickly before immediately refilling it and passing it to a waiting pair of hands. I snort at Mile, my eyes drifting back toward where Taneil slides down the rigging, shouting commands at various crew members while they work. A sharp longing fills me, and much to my chagrin, the emotion doesn't go unnoticed by Mile. "So," she begins as she leans closer to me, her voice low. "What's the story between you two?" "There's no story," I snap, suddenly feeling incredibly silly for letting my emotions show through so plainly. It's Mile's turn to snort, and she steps in front of me, impeding my view of Taneil as her strange golden eyes focus on me with startling clarity. "You can't lie to a Perner girl," she says softly. "If you are indeed Bella the Bold, why mope about like a lost pup?" "I'm not moping," I exclaim defensively, dropping her gaze. I can practically feel her eyes roll. "Sure, I'm sure you're just catching up on your rest. You know, since you didn't get any last night." Mile needles. I fight the rising flush crawling up my neck to no avail, and turn away from the old Perner, mumbling about how I'm needed on the ship as I flee this uncomfortable conversation. By the time everything in the ship has been set to rights, and the resin on the hull has dried, the lichen above is glowing in brilliant, flaming hues. Me, Taneil, Varren, and several other crew members take up posts along the beached hull of the Star Treader, preparing to muscle the ship back into the water. After an hour of agonizingly slow progress, I'm dripping with sweat, huffing between my flattened palms as I push with all of my might against the solid hull of our ship. "Halt!" Taneil shouts from beside me along with the rest of the crew stopping to catch our breath. "A few more good pushes and we'll be sea-bound once again," Taneil encourages, hardly fazed by the physical strain of our task. Something about the command and encouragement in his voice has my stomach fluttering, but I drown the sensation, unwilling to play the pining damsel when there are bigger things that deserve my attention. "There are better ways to do this, you know," Mile calls from the beach behind us. "Brute strength will only get you so far, dear Minotaur." Taneil loosens a snarl under his breath, turning away from the Perner and back toward the ship. "On my mark," he bellows, and all of us place our hands back on the ship, preparing to push. 1, 2. Before Taneil can reach 3, the ship glides away from our hands, sailing smoothly as if it were already in the water, off of the bank of the island and into the sea, precisely where we were aiming to push it. Varan visibly cringes away from the ship, wiping his palms on his tunic as if to wipe any remnants of magic off of them, while I merely blink at the Star Treader, now bobbing gently in the current. Taneil, seething at the Perna's intervention, whirls toward where she stands on the dry beach. "That wasn't necessary," he growls at Mile loudly enough for her to hear from where she sits 50 yards away. She simply shrugs, picking at her nails as though bored of the discussion already. Mumbling curses, Taneil turns away from her again, wading deeper into the water before falling into long, even strokes as he swims out to the ship. The rest of us follow suit, cutting through the waves as we've done 1,000,000 times before, and climbing the lowered rope ladder until we're hauled aboard the deck of the Star Treader. As soon as I'm aboard, I turn to help Mile clamber up. To my surprise, however, the old Perna is still standing idly on the beach. "Come on, Mile!" I shout through cupped hands at her distant figure. In the blink of an eye, the dark splotch that is Mile suddenly disappears from her spot on the beach. "No need to shout," she grumbles from behind my shoulder, making me jump and sending Varan fleeing toward the helm on the forecastle. "Good gods," I gasp, trying to slow my racing heart as I turn to her. "Surely you didn't expect an old woman to swim," Mile quips with no small amount of disgust on her face as she peers over the side of the Star Treader and down toward the ocean below. I let out an incredulous laugh, shaking my head as she wanders toward the helm Varan is gripping in terror. I drift after her, trying to offer Varan a soothing smile as we approach. The poor bastard is going to have a long couple of weeks with Mile around. I help Mile up the forecastle, Taneil right behind me. With a flourish of her hand, Mile suddenly produces a map, flicking it out for the four of us to look at. It looks to be a larger, more detailed version of the map Taneil and I have been operating off of. Mile jabs a finger at a large continent due south of where we are now, edging closer to Varan. "The Red Ruin resides on this continent," she says, glancing up at us. Varan gives a wordless nod, his body wound as tight as a spring as he turns his attention back to the helm, directing the ship out into open water. "Sails!" he calls over us, and the crew begins bustling about, Cassie sliding down the rigging to help open the sail and move us along faster. With another flick of her hands, the map disappears from Mile's grip, and she smooths her robes. "Now that that's sorted," she says, as she turns to Taneil with a sparkle in her eye. "Captain, will you show an old woman to her room? Or cabin, as they say?" Taneil grunts unhappily, but obliges, he and Mile disappearing over the side of the forecastle and heading below deck. Varan loses a heavy sigh as Mile leaves, and I pat his shoulder sympathetically before making my own departure. Now that we're back on course, there's one thing I have left to do. I find Trigon siphoning explosive igniting powder back into the cannons, resetting them for the next time we may have to use them. I feel a guilty sense of relief to find that Sandra is nowhere nearby. It's not that she isn't aware of my plans, of course, but I know she'd try to talk me out of them, and I'm in no mood to defend my decisions. "I have a favour to ask," I blurt, as I come to a stop beside Trigon. He turns to me, a quizzical look on his face as he sets the igniter aside and motions for me to come and sit with him on a nearby bench. "I think I know what kind of favour," he says with a sigh, eyeing me warily. "I'm leaving the Star Treader once we get topside again," I say quietly, avoiding his eyes. "I know your family has several merchant ships back in Milthar, and I wanted to know if there might be a place for me on one." I raise my gaze to Trigon's and find something like worry on his face as he appraises me quietly. "Does Taneil know?" he asks softly. I scoff, unable to help the sudden wave of bitterness that rolls through me. "He should, considering he's the reason I'm leaving," I say sourly. Trigon nods thoughtfully, although he doesn't seem pleased with my answer. I can't say I blame him, truthfully. After everything we've been through as a crew, It's always difficult to see someone go. It's like losing a family member. You're an excellent sailor, Bella, Trigon says slowly. There will always be a place for you in my family's fleet, if that's what you decide. The decision is already made, I say wearily, already knowing what's coming. Sandra had mentioned you may ask about my family's fleet. She seems to think you're running away from your problems. Respectfully, Trigon, your mate's too nosy for her own good, I tell him with a half smile. Trigon barks a laugh before nodding his agreement. She may be nosy, but she's also often right. Don't you dare tell her I've said that, though, he adds quickly. It's my turn to laugh, but the noise dies too quickly in my throat, a heavy silence falling between us. Are you sure about leaving the Star Treader? Trigon asks softly. My eyes drift over the deck, finding Taneil like they always seem to do. I watch as he claps Yrza on the back, laughing at something his dear friend has said, and something in my chest cracks a bit as I turn back to Trigon. I'm sure. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 18. Taneil. Once I'm certain everything is running smoothly, I retreat down to my cabin, my thoughts too muddled to bear being around anyone for too long, much less Bella. I can't seem to get our night together out of my head, or her reaction when I tried to kiss her. I know that she's right, of course. We can't continue on like a couple when we could never be one. But still, even knowing that, I can't help but wish things were different, that we could be different. I sigh, rubbing my hands over my face, the full weight of my exhaustion settling down on my shoulders. With Mile on board, and with the promise of finding the Red Ruin far sooner than we'd anticipated, everything seems to be moving too quickly now. After we obtain our object of power, all that will be left to do will be to destroy the arcane engine the Selkies have built for the Serpent. And then we'll be topside again, and Bella will be gone. Perhaps she won't leave. After everything that's happened, a foolishly optimistic voice inside me whispers. I want so desperately to let myself believe that, after our night together, maybe Bella's changed her mind. But I know that isn't the case. If nothing else, Bella is a woman of her word. She won't take back what she said, even if things have become more complicated now. If anything, last night probably only added fuel to the fire, and will shove her off the ship even faster. I consider going to find her, to try to talk to her, but decide against it. Groveling, wishing, hoping, all of it is useless. Besides, no Minotaur in my position would lower himself in such a way. Despite all of my feelings for Bella, I'll stay away from her. It's safest that way. My place is the Star Treader. My love is the Star Treader. My mate is the Star Treader. I will never have a mate, save for the Star Treader. I will never fall in love. I repeat my mantra over and over again, until it crowds out the buzz of thought and emotion swirling inside me. Bella doesn't want to be found anyhow. Who knows what we would even say to one another? A sharp knock echoes through my cabin, tearing me from my thoughts. "Come in," I grunt, unsure of who would be looking for me with so much to do on deck. Bella's face pokes around the side of the open door, and I mentally kick myself for being so stupid. Of course it's Bella. Who else would it be? It's like by merely thinking about her, I summon her. The door closes behind Bella with a soft click, and for a moment all we do is stare at each other. The dim lantern light of the cabin makes her sun-kissed skin glow as if the sun itself resides in her veins. Her dirty blonde hair is tangled and wild from the efforts of the day, and I can't help but remember how it felt to have my hands tangled in it, mussing it as I push deeper inside her. My gaze travels to her blue eyes lit by the fire within her before dropping to her full lips, parted slightly as if she's going to say something. My pants suddenly feel too tight, and I shift in my seat, trying to stifle my growing need for her. Never again. We had one night together, and I'll remember it always, but never again. I clear my throat, blinking against my thoughts as I turn a hard eye on Bella. "Yes?" I ask. She shifts on her feet uncomfortably, seeming to realize, just like I did, that we've been staring at one another for far too long. "I talked to Trigon," she says carefully, as she settles into the chair across from my desk. I wait for her to continue, but she doesn't. "Okay. I talked to Trigon about his family. They're merchants from Minotaur with ships they use to transport goods," she clarifies, looking at me expectantly. A hard pit of dread begins to take form in my stomach as I realize where this is going, but I force any despair from my face, unwilling to look weak in this moment. If she wants to leave, fine. I don't need her anyway. He says that I could command one of their shipping vessels if I wanted to. Now that we're on course for the Red Ruin, we're well on our way to sorting all of this out, Bella continues, oblivious to my internal dialogue. Once we destroy the arcane engine and make our way topside again, I'll be captaining one of their boats. I'll be leaving the Star Treader, she finishes, her gaze on my face as heavy as a physical touch. I want to scream, to roar, to fight for her to stay. I want to argue with her, command her to stay on as my first mate, confess all of the things I was thinking mere moments ago. Instead, all that comes out is... good. Good? She parrots incredulously, and I force myself to meet her eyes, giving her a one-shouldered shrug to mask the storm raging within me. Good. You're an excellent sailor. They'll be lucky to have you, I say emotionlessly as I hold her gaze. Fighting her on this will do me no good. Once Bella has made up her mind, there's no dissuading her. Smothering her would only push her away more. I know I'm an excellent sailor, Bella says defensively, her voice rising almost imperceptibly. I nod my agreement, dropping my eyes from hers as an emotion I can't quite place flits across her face. Then we're in agreement, I rumble lowly, returning my attention to the papers spread over my desk. My eyes land on where the Star Treader is written across the page and stay there, unable to make sense of anything else while everything falls apart. I should feel relieved that Bella is leaving the ship, that this torturous back and forth will be over soon. I should feel happy for my closest friend, moving from being the first mate on a ship she came to as an indentured servant to being the captain of a shipping vessel for one of Minotaur's most powerful families. Instead, I'm angry, bitter, sad. That's all you have to say? Bella asks, her tone as sharp as the look on her face. I don't know what else you expect, I bite back. Do you want a medal? My permission? You've never seemed to need that anyway. Bella scoffs, her face reddening as my blow finds its mark. I don't know what I expected either, she retorts, shaking her head as she climbs to her feet. Thanks for nothing, as always, Taneil. Bella spits over her shoulder, the door slamming shut behind her, eerily similar to the night she told me to find a new first mate. Before the door is even done slamming shut, I wish to take back my words. She didn't deserve that, and I know it. All she was trying to do was give me a warning and include me in her plans. And yet again, I've ruined everything. I crumple the paper I've been holding in my hands, the feeble paper giving way beneath my fingers, doing absolutely nothing to quell the rage rolling beneath my skin. The mauled paper drops to the ground as I release it with a growl. And without thinking, I send my fist through the surface of the desk. The sounds of wood groaning and splintering, and the sharp pain racing up my arm brings me back to my body, and I immediately feel stupider than I did moments ago. No wonder Bella is leaving. We never seem to be able to say what we really mean to one another, and even when we can, I always end up screwing it up somehow, and then I throw a tantrum in my office like some petulant little whelpling. This time I don't allow myself time to think or talk myself out of it. I throw open the door to my cabin, striding up the narrow hall. She can't leave without me telling her what I think or apologizing for the way I've behaved. I meant absolutely nothing of what I said when she was in my office, and I can't bear for her to think that I don't care if she's leaving. If she's going to leave and captain her own vessel, then that's fine. I'll make my peace with it as much as it will hurt. But she should at least be making an informed decision, not one based on how I've acted as of late. Not finding Bella in the common room below deck or in the mess hall, I make my way to Sandra's room. Rather than eavesdropping this time, however, I knock on the door. It swings open mere seconds later, Sandra's crimson hair mussed with sleep. "Taneil?" she asks, confusion knitting her brows together over her icy blue eyes. Is Bella here?" I mumble, avoiding her gaze. Realization dawns on Sandra's face, her gaze turning sympathetic as she looks at me. "No, Bella's not here," she says softly. "Did something happen? Do you want to talk about it?" Sandra's kindness is almost too much to bear. Here she is, wanting to check in on me when, in reality, all of this is my fault. I can't take it. "No," I say shortly, turning on my heel and walking away before she can press me any further. "Sorry for waking you," I call over my shoulder as I round the corner. Once I'm certain Bella is nowhere below deck, I pick my way up to the main deck of the Star Treader. "She has to be up here," I say to myself as I climb the stairs, "unless she's hiding in the cargo hold or the brig." I sigh, shaking my head as I hit the open air. Bella may be stubborn, and she certainly doesn't want to talk to me right now, but I'd be shocked if she thought she had anything to hide from. She likely expects me to be sulking in my cabin as usual, not coming to look for her to talk. The Star Treader is making good headway, the open expanse of the ocean flying by beneath the ship. The sail above snaps in the gentle wind. I take a deep breath, trying to steel myself for what will most certainly be an uncomfortable conversation. At first glance, I don't see Bella anywhere, and I walk along the port railing as I scan the faces of the crew moving about, but she's nowhere to be found. Having done almost an entire lap around the ship, I head toward the forecastle. As I approach, I finally see Bella, standing by the helm with Mile and Varen. I almost call out to her, until I take a closer look at her body language and the expression on her face. Worry radiates off of her, her body hunched toward the helm as she looks between Mile and Varen, and then out to sea. Cold dread begins to slide through my veins. What could be wrong? I look up by instinct, trying to find the sun to confirm what direction we're heading in, but am met only with the looming canopy of the cavernous undersea. I flick out my compass, and sure enough, we're headed due east, rather than south toward the continent where we'll find the Red Ruin. I stride toward the forecastle, exasperation only fanning the flames of my tumultuous emotions. What else could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 19. Bella. Stupid, stupid, stupid. How absolutely stupid can I be? When I'd gone to Taneil's office, some childish, spineless part of me had expected him to actually care that I'd made plans to leave. I had wanted him to be surprised, or upset, maybe even ask me to stay. Instead, I was met with absolute apathy. He doesn't care at all. After everything we've been through, after all of these years working alongside one another, the stolen glances, the undeniable heat culminating in that night on the cliff top, he still can't be bothered to care. I don't know why I expected anything different. Tears burn my eyes as I charge up the stairs to the deck, desperate to escape the claustrophobic walls below. I gulp in greedy breaths as I hit the main deck, stifling a sob as the undersea yawns open around me. I refuse to cry in front of the rest of the crew, I refuse not to cry over Taneil. They're only tears wasted. If he can't be bothered to care, neither should I. Even telling myself that, however, I can't help the turning of my stomach as I think about his expressionless face as I told him about my plans to leave. He'd turned away from me as if bored by the conversation, reading the oh-so-interesting papers on his desk rather than even looking me in the eye. I can't get off this ship fast enough. I allow myself a few more moments to gather my emotions, adding more and more bricks to the walls I surround myself with, steeling myself for the day ahead. It's only a few more weeks, just a few more weeks on the Star Treader, and then I'll leave. I can climb aboard one of Trigon's vessels in Minotaur and set sail for my true destiny. I'll leave all this heartache behind. My heart rate slows, my breathing steadies, and feeling a bit more together than I did moments ago, I allow myself to tune in to the goings-on of the ship around me. The crew is moving about as usual, fulfilling arbitrary upkeep tasks and manning the sails. Everything seems to be going as it should. I walk a lap around the deck, searching for something to do, some task to throw myself into, to keep my hands busy and my wild thoughts at bay. I walk the length of the ship, watching the others as they work, but find nothing that seems to need my attention. Upon reaching the prow of the Star Treader, I lean over the railing, watching the water as it speeds by below. At least we're making good time, I think bitterly. Maybe I'll be off this ship sooner than I'd hoped. Watching the water usually soothes me, but looking at it cut by now, I begin to feel the sense that something's wrong. I almost shoo it away as regret over leaving, chalking it up to my feelings about Taneil and everything that has transpired between us. But this doesn't feel quite the same. No, this feels like intuition. Something's wrong. I make my way back to the hull, leaning far enough over the railing to spy where the hardened resin pokes out of the water, marking where the hull had cracked from that vicious wave. Satisfied that it's holding up, I walk the length of the ship again, studying the movements of the crew and their faces. Everything seems to be completely normal, but that feeling doesn't shake. Something's going on, I just don't know what. As I approach the forecastle, Varen's profile begins to sharpen into focus, a smaller, more hunched figure at his side. It's Mile, speaking animatedly and motioning to the helm, and the sea beneath us wildly, as Varen shakes his head furiously, backing away from the Perna with a look of stricken terror painted on his face as she moves closer. I groan, starting quickly toward the forecastle. Mile knows good and well that Varen is downright terrified of her, and if she's torturing our helmsman, then we're almost certainly going to get knocked off course. Course! I hear Mile hiss at Varen as I approach. Varen recoils at the word, still shaking his head furiously. Stay away, Perna, he says, trying and failing to keep the fear from his voice. In seconds, I've clambered onto the elevated platform, placing myself square between them and staring down at Mile with a hard look. Mile, stop, I tell her harshly, not bothering to try and add any kindness to my tone. If you're bored, there are better things to do than torture Varen. You're going to get us off course. We're already off course, the Perna exclaims exasperatedly, throwing her hands up at me. Nobody on this damn ship listens. What do you mean we're off course? I ask, turning to look at where Varen clutches the helm before casting my eyes out toward the sea and then returning to look at Mile's lined face. There's no hidden meaning, girl. Mile snips at me, clearly tired of the conversation. We're off course. It's difficult to tell direction in the undersea, given that we can't see the sun. Even so, Varen has adapted excellently and has been steering us in the right direction even without the help of the sun and stars. I find it difficult to believe that his nearly supernatural, although I could never say that to Varen, of course, senses have failed him so miserably at such a critical moment in our journey. Mile must read the reticence on my face, because she opens her mouth to tell me more at the same moment I see Taneil over her shoulder, striding across the deck, his eyes locked squarely on me. 1 second, I grumble at Mile as I push past her, catching the briefest glimpse of an offended look on her face. I rush to meet Taneil before he reaches the forecastle. I'm honestly shocked he even came to find me after our last conversation, but nonetheless, I have no interest in hashing this out right now, especially in front of the rest of our crew. "What's wrong?" Taneil demands as I skid to a halt in front of him, blocking his path onto the forecastle. I don't bother trying to keep from rolling my eyes. What's wrong? Seriously. After that entire mess of a conversation, he doesn't know what's wrong. "I think you know what's wrong," I bite back, "but I have absolutely no interest in trying to have this conversation right now with everyone around. I really don't want to talk to you." Taneil's brows pull together, his face the picture of confusion, setting my blood absolutely boiling. Is he seriously this dense? "Just go away, Taneil," I say as I turn away. "We have bigger things to deal with than our collapsing relationship." I hear a derisive snort from over my shoulder, and I whirl back toward him. I was perfectly fine with leaving things as they are, but if he wants to do this now, then fine. I'm not above causing a scene. Humour sparkles in Taneil's blue eyes as I look at him, only furthering my rage. I'm about to tell him off when he takes a step toward me, close enough to make my heart squeeze. "I'm not asking what's wrong with us, Bella," he says softly, too quietly for the rest of the crew to hear. The way my name sounds on his lips, the way he says us, like he's acknowledging there's something there, makes my stomach turn in the most delicious way. "I know what's wrong with us," he continues, murmuring down to me, close enough that I feel the heat rolling off of his body. "I was coming to find you when I realised we were off course." I blink, suddenly feeling incredibly stupid. I fight the blush crawling up to my cheeks and resist the urge to hide behind my hands as I realise what's just happened. He was asking what's wrong with this ship, and I'd made a fool out of myself and completely showed my hand by making it about everything that's happened between us. Stupid. Taneil's hand drifts up, and he drags the pad of his fingers gently across one of my cheeks, nearly making my knees buckle from the shock of such a tender gesture. "I've always liked when your cheeks turn that colour," he says as my eyes find his voice hardly above a whisper. What in the gods' names is going on? Have I stepped into a parallel dimension? "Oh, Captain!" Mile calls loudly from behind us, in a sing-song voice, shattering the moment. Taneil and I step back quickly from one another, suddenly realising we're not alone or invisible on the deck of the ship. Taneil's face is suddenly the same, carefully neutral mask as usual, all gentleness gone as he begins walking toward the forecastle. My head still spinning from our exchange, I trail after him, trying to get a grip on my emotions. "I'm so glad you're here, dear Minotaur," Mile says in the voice she knows annoys Taneil the most. "It seems that sweet Varen here has gotten us off course." Varen cringes at the sound of his name, but begins shaking his head again, even more emphatically than he was before. "That's impossible," he says, as much to himself as the rest of us. "We've been sailing in the same direction since we set our course this morning and haven't wavered once. If we're sailing in the wrong direction, it's because she," Varen says, as he jerks his head toward Mile, "gave us the wrong directions, or because of her abilities." Varen lowers his voice at the last word, as if scared of conjuring up some wicked spell simply by alluding to Mile's abilities as a purner. Mile scoffs in response, turning to speak directly to Taneil. "Magic is certainly to blame for this, but it's no spell of mine," she says, before turning back toward Varen. "You've been enchanted, forced into the grips of a far stranger magic than mine." Varen's face pales beneath his fur as he looks between the three of us in horror, his eyes finally settling on Miles' face once again. Magic, he chokes out, his eyes wide. Miles' grin is nothing short of predatory, as she nods slowly. "Magic, dear Varen," she repeats with false sweetness. I groan as Taneil turns toward Mile. She's enjoying this far too much. "How do you know Varen is under the influence of magic?" he demands. Varen looks at his hands behind Taneil, as if he could see traces of magic lingering on the skin of his palms. This may be too much for the poor bastard. I wouldn't be surprised if he hurled or even passed out at this point. Why, magic is my specialty, Mile replies with sarcastic innocence. I wouldn't be a very good purner if I didn't know a spell when I saw one, now would I? Taneil grunts in lieu of a response, his face hard as Mile bats her eyelashes at him. After a moment of tense silence, Mile straightens herself with a sigh. Nobody on this ship is any fun, she grumbles as she readjusts her robes. Varen is under the spell of a wizard, as far as I can tell. The magic is strange, though. The strength of the spell being used to alter his perceptions indicates that the rogue wizard must be on board somewhere, but it feels not quite like anything I've encountered before. She continues thoughtfully. Taneil and I share an alarmed look. On board? You said the wizard must be on board somewhere? Taneil presses. Yes, on board the ship, she mutters at him as she waves a hand dismissively in our direction before wandering away, still mumbling to herself about the magic. Taneil and I spring into action, having heard more than enough. There's a stowaway on the ship, and whoever it is dangerous. Varen, step away from the helm, Taneil orders. Go back to your cabin and stay there. Varen nods before hurrying off quickly, clearly glad to be rid of the situation at hand. Trigon! Or! Yurza! Taneil bellows above the wind, which has now whipped into a frenzy around us. The three appear almost immediately, each of them having noted the alarm in Taneil's voice and ready to spring into action. We're organising a search party immediately. There's a rogue wizard on board the ship. Alert no one, this stays between us. All three of the males grunt their acknowledgement before talking amongst themselves and darting off in different directions. Like it's second nature, I turn to Taneil, awaiting my orders. Take the cargo hold, I'll take the brig. We'll meet in the common room below deck. I nod before taking off, Taneil hot on my heels as we race below deck, eager to find whoever's interfering with our mission. Sweeping the cargo hold takes almost no time, as we're not transporting much other than what we need to survive. Nonetheless, I'm thorough, checking in any boxes that may be used as a hiding place and looking for any sign that someone's been staying down here. As an extra precaution, I even stop by the mess hall and ask Taylor if she's noticed anything strange, if any supplies have gone missing, or if there have been any discrepancies in our inventory reports. Aside from Taylor complaining that Orr has been hanging around more often than usual, she hasn't noticed anything unusual. And really, Orr hanging around isn't that unusual either, considering the strange chemistry between the two of them. With nothing to report, I make my way to the common room, anxious to see if Taneil has discovered anything. Taneil is empty-handed when I find him, however, and the same is true when we meet up with Yurza, Orr and Trigon. The five of us search the ship from top to bottom again, going carefully so as not to miss anything, but still find nothing. If Mile is so certain we have an enemy wizard on board, why can't we find any sign of him?
Chapter 20, Taneil. After dismissing Orr, Yurza, and Trigon, and after finally convincing Bella that her time can be spent better than lingering over my shoulder, I take over the helm. With Varen out of commission for the time being, I trust no one else to take over the ship. There's no telling how long we've been off course, given the strangeness of the undersea maps and Miles' convictions that there's enemy magic at work, so the best we can do is correct our course to the south and keep moving. We'll hit the continent one way or another, and then we'll find the Red Ruin and have everything we need to destroy the arcane engine. And then all of this nonsense will finally be over. The thought fills me with satisfaction as I gaze out over the ship and the sea. I've always enjoyed being at the helm. It's been years since I've spent any real time up here, especially seeing as how being the captain of the ship always means dealing with some unforeseen conflict or another. The helm is peaceful, quiet, very much unlike most of these recent days. My thoughts are quiet as the Star Treader cuts through the water, and a swell of pride fills my chest as I watch the magnificent vessel and her crew. I truly can think of no better place to call home. I love this ship and its crew. I'd do anything for them. I quickly fall into old sailing habits, periodically checking my compass to be sure we're still on course and watching the sea beyond for any sign of danger. The cavern is cloudless, and although we've reached a point where I can no longer see the ceiling of the undersea, the expanse is bathed in an orangey glow. There's no sign of any rogue weather patterns, and there doesn't seem to be land for miles. It's just smooth sailing ahead. Turning my attention away from the watery expanse around us, I watch as the crew fulfills their daily tasks. Everything on board the Star Treader runs like a well-oiled machine. Each crew member knows their place, their daily duties, and is happy to fulfill them. It's rare for a ship to have such a dedicated bunch tending to it, but if any ship deserves or needs it, it's the Star Treader. The comings and goings on board lull me into a near meditative state, my thoughts flowing freely and calmly for the first time in weeks. No matter what I'm thinking about, however, my thoughts always seem to return to Bella. I couldn't control myself earlier when I saw her. I should have had more restraint, considering we were in the middle of a ship emergency and the entirety of our crew was there to witness us. But watching her cheeks turn that adorable crimson color while she gazed up at me, I sigh at the memory of her soft skin beneath my fingers. How can something so vicious, so tenacious, exist beneath the skin of a human woman that looks so angelic? If I'm being honest with myself, the enigma of her only draws me in rather than pushes me away. A lesser male might be put off by a woman with so much drive, so much fire in her belly. But her mind, her heart, all of that raging spirit only pushes me headlong into her. Bella is a force of nature. It's part of what I love about her. Love. The realization crashes into me so hard that I have to grip the helm to stay upright, my knees wobbling as I finally put a name to the emotion I've felt so long for Bella. I'm in love with her. Seeing it so clearly now unearths a whole well of emotions. I feel stupid for not realizing it sooner, and I feel guilty for constantly lashing out at her. But I also feel excited, happy. In a lot of ways, I feel relieved. Relieved to finally have some closure on what's going on between us. Relieved that I feel like I'm taking a fresh breath of air for the first time in months. I'm in love. I'm in love with First Mate Bella Tanner. As I begin to sift through all of my emotions, more begin to surface. Almost immediately, fear begins to poison all of the positive emotions that have come up with the realization. If I'm in love with Bella, and I am, then there's no way I can't tell her. That's not fair to her, to keep something so massive from her. But what if I tell her and she doesn't feel the same? Even worse, what if I tell her and she does feel the same? Images from my dream begin to flash before my eyes. Bella's face coming into focus as the face of my mate, limp and lifeless in my arms. If I reveal that I'm in love with her, and she feels the same, then I'm pushing her toward certain doom. Even as these images swirl in my mind, however, I feel like I'm seeing them with a clarity that I haven't before. I always walked away from my dreams with this impression, subconscious or not, that my mate was not able to defend herself against whatever onslaught had killed her. And that's not Bella. No, Bella is more capable of defending herself than anyone I know. She rushes headlong into danger without batting an eye, her cutlass gleaming and cutting through the air faster than the eye can track, her dirty blonde hair streaming behind her. If my mate truly is Bella, then the goddess herself would have to come and cut her down. Something inside me begins to shift, to change as I follow this train of thought. The feeling of the helm beneath my fingers, the wind dancing past, the invisible weight that I've been carrying for so long, it all seems so much more bearable. New images begin to take the place of the pictures from my nightmares, fanning the flames of this strange new feeling. An image of Bella, warm and safe in my bed, her cheeks splashed with that beautiful pink flush as she sleeps soundly in my arms. Bella, laughing on the beach, dancing and twirling wildly around a roaring fire, beckoning for me to come and join her. Bella grinning up at me, her belly swollen with the promise of new life as she places my hands on her stomach to feel our child wiggling in his mother's womb. Peace. This feeling is peace. Imagining the life I might have with Bella. The possibilities stretching before me now that I truly understand my feelings for her brings me peace. My lips stretch into a smile, perhaps the first genuine one in months. It's the life I could have with Bella, if I can bring myself to say anything to her. Despite my multiple epiphanies, I still can't help but feel reluctant to say anything. I know that keeping this from her would be unfair, but there are so many things that could go wrong if I open my mouth. Bella could laugh in my face. She might be disgusted, or horrified by the notion of tying herself to me, loving me. She might have feelings for another, or might mistake my confession as some warped way of keeping her on board the Star Treader. She may not want to resign herself to a fate like loving me or potentially dying for me. I groan, the tirade of emotions feeling too intense to bear. I'm at a loss in the face of something like this. I've never been in love before, not really, and given everything else that is currently plaguing my relationship with Bella, I have no idea where to turn. As if summoned by the thoughts rampaging through my head, Mile appears at my side, her gray robe swishing as she comes to a stop at my shoulder. "Copper for your thoughts, dear Minotaur?" I sigh, cutting her a scathing glance. I wouldn't be surprised if Mile had been listening into my thoughts to entertain herself. Sailing is probably dreadfully boring for an immortal Perna. "Whoever said I was immortal?" Mile says sweetly next to me, and I groan my annoyance. I don't know why I expected anything less. "You don't need the copper if you can dig through my thoughts any time you'd like," I grumble at her, earning a mischievous laugh as Mile waves her hand in front of her. "Nonsense," she replies easily. "Thoughts are fickle, formless things. If you keep them all in your head, they have a tendency to seem much bigger and scarier than they truly are. Putting words to them, forcing them to take shape, serves many purposes. It also tells me more about how you feel and think than poking around your head can," Male adds with a wink. As irritating as the Purna can be, she isn't wrong, and she may very well be the best person to talk to about this. Mile's smile deepens at my last thought, and I glare at her. "If you want to talk, we need to be on an even playing ground, so get out of my head." Mile releases a dramatic sigh, but nods her agreement, looking at me expectantly. "I'm in love with Bella." The Purna nods, motioning for me to continue. "I'm in love with Bella," I repeat. "But I have no idea what to do about it. I don't know if I can tell her, not without the whole thing costing our friendship and my dignity at best. At worst, it could cost Bella her life," I admit quietly, so as not to be overheard by any passing crew member. "I think I can help," Miles says after a brief moment of silence. I look at her, shocked by the revelation that this can be mended so easily. She can help me? She can fix this whole mess? "How?" I ask, eager to finally put an end to all of this ceaseless turmoil. "Turn around," Miles says simply. I look at her dubiously, wondering if she has some sort of magic spell that's going to right everything, but follow her command. Seeing nothing but the sea beyond the starboard side of the ship, I wait, anticipating some tingling sensation of magic taking root in my veins. For a moment, nothing happens. And then I feel a sharp kick land squarely between my cheeks, making me jump nearly a mile high. I whirl on the Perna, who has a devilish grin on her lips before she quickly rearranges her face into a mask of false innocence. "Do you have a death wish, old woman?" I snarl at her as I put my hands back on the helm, trying to fight my rising embarrassment. I glance quickly around the deck, looking for any sign that someone saw the exchange that just took place, but if they did, they seemed to know better than to let on. "Certainly not," Mile retorts as she readjusts her robes. "Then what the hell was that for?" I growl lowly at her, giving her another dirty look. "Well, dear Minotaur, you wanted my help. And you desperately needed a good kick in the tail. Anyone with eyes can see that you and Bella are meant for one another, and all of your silly little hesitations are merely your ego getting in your way. I'm trying to keep order on this ship. I'm trying to keep her alive," I protest, soreness beginning to set in where Mile kicked me. The old Perna waves a hand dismissively in front of her as I speak, clucking at me like a mother chiding a child. You're using those dreams as an excuse to give in to your basest instincts of fleeing in the face of adversity, she scolds. Lest I remind you, Taneil Minotaur have no gift of clairvoyance or precognition. And you, dear Minotaur, are not nearly as special as you seem to think. I grumble at her words, my embarrassment only growing as the truth rings clear in her statement. Unless Bella isn't worth it, of course. Of course she's worth it. I snap at Miles, suddenly feeling defensive over my feelings and Bella's value. Then it's time to face your fears, Miles responds with uncharacteristic gentleness. It's time to go get her. I eye the old woman doubtfully, but I know she's right. This has dragged on for far too long. At the very least, confessing my true feelings to her will bring me some closure. The orange glow of the undersea begins to dim further as I clamber down the side of the forecastle and onto the main deck, the orange lichen softening to sleepy shades of blues and purples. The crew is wrapping up their endeavors for the evening, heading below deck to the mess hall or their respective cabins to get some rest. I follow along with the throng of the crowd, my heart pounding in my chest with the anticipation of the task ahead. What will Bella say? What will she do? Does she feel the same? Can we really sort out this mess? I don't find Bella in the mess hall or in her cabin. I wander below deck aimlessly, poking my head around corners and into open rooms like a child looking for their mother at market. I come up empty-handed each time, with Bella nowhere to be found below deck. After checking the common room for the third time, I begin to head above deck with a sigh. Maybe she's working late or enjoying the breeze. Maybe she doesn't want to be found right now. I find myself leaning on the main mast, staring out at the empty deck and the gently moving ocean beyond. A flicker of motion out of the corner of my eye has my heart leaping, and I turn, hoping to see Bella. Instead, I'm met with something that has me reaching for the blade strapped to my hip. A shimmering, mist-like figure stands on the deck, the dark elf's features twisted into a look of pure malice and disgust. Remember me? The apparition spits. It takes me a few moments to connect the dots, the realization dawning at me as my blade swings free. Shitza, I breathe, trying to make sense of the situation. Shitza is dead. I killed him myself. And yet here he stands, clear as day on the deck of the Star Treader, although he looks significantly less solid than he was the day I killed him. Death won't stop me from enacting my revenge, Sheets' apparition says with a wicked grin as he levitates off the deck of the ship, magic crackling through the air and making my fur stand on end. You don't get to have a happy ending.
Chapter 21. Bella. The clang of metal against wood is startling enough, but it's Taneil's bellow that sets my stride. I scramble up the narrow planks and find him, blade out, swiping through the air in front of him. At first, I think the magic has gotten him too somehow, but I know better. And honestly, I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at. If you just hold still, Taneil shouts, swinging his cutlass wildly again. You won't feel it, like the last time. A fizzle of magic bursts in the air, blinding me. It seems to blind Taneil too, who shields his eyes before about facing, straight into the apparition of a dark elf, who hovers above the deck by a few inches, his arms out as if ready to cast another spell. The last time, you say? Comes the ghostly figure's voice, made distant by his incorporeal state. A grievous error on your part. The figure disappears just as Taneil cuts through his shape, catching only mist that evaporates on contact with the keen edge. But even as another spell is cast, showering down on Taneil, it fizzles out against his pale fur. My heart is beating wildly from the sprint, but I'm not exactly sure how I can help him as he battles a ghost. Neither one truly lands a blow, and I'm starting to suspect this elusive wizard is the one we've been looking for. Is this how you conduct your business? The ghost accuses. On the word of liars? Shut your yap and die a second time. Taneil lunges, and as expected, his adversary vanishes, only to reappear near the mast, dangerously close to the rigging. I can only imagine he intends to make Taneil sabotage his own ship in pursuit of him, condemning us all to drift aimlessly in the undersea forever. Blinded and stupid, the wizard accuses, casting an arc of colours that blinds Taneil again, making him swing wildly in his direction, precisely at the rigging. "You Minotaur are all alike, you know. You act before thinking." One of the lines is cut, and a sail groans overhead with the added strain. Taneil doesn't seem to notice, only following the ghost as they circle one another. "It has kept me alive, something you know nothing about." "And whose fault is that?" The ghost is leading him to another vital rigging of the ship, and I can't abide any longer, throwing myself forward. "Taneil, stop!" He ignores me, lancing a blow at thin air. "Taneil," I bellow, finally seizing his attention. He whips around with a mad fury etched in his heavy features. I point to the mast. "You stubborn degenerate! You're going to get us all killed!" He bares his flat teeth at me, more of a grimace than a snarl, and looks up to where I'm pointing. That's when the tip of his cutlass lowers, even as the wizard is gearing up for another devastating spell. Taneil the apparition mocks, lifting several feet off the deck, his arms wide. I can feel the magic from here, raising every hair on my arm. "Give up and accept your fate." I grit my teeth. Taneil may be reasoned with, but this spectre is blinded by hate. He does not know that his magic will be useless against him, and all he can see is Taneil. Maybe, if I changed that, I could talk some sense into the dark elf. He claims himself to be a victim after all. There's no reason not to hear him out. Just as the air crackles with deadly potential, I throw myself between them and spread my own arms wide as if to protect the hulking Minotaur behind me. "Listen to me," I shout, bearing my gaze down on the apparition. "If you keep fighting, we'll all lose. There's no victory to be won here, and..." Something in the air snaps, and I feel Taneil's strong arm wrap around me, forcing me down as a blast rolls over us, the hairs of my arms singed by the heat. He issues a growl as the wave passes over us. "Idiot!" says the one picking a fight with a ghost. Swing, I think, shrugging him off as the magic fades, leaving a furious dark elf apparition. "Stop this!" I shout again, catching his full attention this time. "We all know Taneil is a thick-skulled, stubborn Torah crap, but that is no reason to be destroying the Star Treader and everyone on it." The deck goes deadly silent. I can feel the heat emanating off of Taneil behind me, but I ignore it. There are more important things happening right now than the injury to his fragile ego. We can talk later, when I'm not so furious at him and his reckless behaviour. It's a small relief when the spectre lowers to the deck's surface, though beneath its heavy robes I don't see any feet for walking. "Why are you defending this murderer?" From what I know of him, he does not kill without good reason. An unearthly laugh fills the air, harsh and cruel, but there is pain there too. "Then you have been misguided. I am the evidence that what you say is false." This is better. Component placement, I think, afraid of the revelation he will drop on us, but at least he's talking now. I need to keep it that way. "What do you mean?" "Your Minotaur has evaded the responsibility of my wrongful death. He cut me down without reason or remorse, when I had done nothing." I glance at Taneil. "Is this true?" A snarl finds him as his blue eyes flit between me and the ghost. "You'd believe a wisp of smoke over my word, Bella?" "I had good reason." "Lies." "Both of you," I say with quiet fury, "will stop this bickering. I only want the truth." Taneil gives a heavy harumph, and the spectre's energy settles again. Taneil begins first. "I had been told by a trusted source that this fiend had slaughtered his wife in cold blood. I saw the corpse with my own eyes and hunted the bastard down." A chill courses through me as I look over at the spectre. "That isn't true," the ghostly figure says, his voice a distant thing, pained and wispy. You are a Minotaur. You don't understand the nuance of dark elf society. Vorcha wanted me gone, so he fashioned a fine tale for you, fit with the conveniently expired corpse of his wife. It is so like your kind not to question what your eyes tell you. Vorcha was simply removing obstacles. I look at Taneil again, whose face is screwed up with a swirl of emotions I can't quite place. Shiza, it's not possible. I saw Dash. What he wanted you to see. The ghost's tone is final. And you played right into his hand, just as he anticipated. You didn't question. You just acted. The revelation puts me back on my heels. I can see the guilt rising on Taneil's countenance, and I don't need to say any more. We'll fix the rigging, but I fear Taneil will take longer to mend. No, he finally says. It can't be. I was innocent, and you killed me on the word of a dark elf. A grim smile crosses Shitza's face. I had been trying to get through to you, and when that didn't work, I found a way into your dreams, but you always ignored me. You were so sure of yourself, you did not think to question what you had done, so I resolved to haunt you until you understood. I cannot rest until you do. Taneil blinks hard, as if he's fighting tears. His cutlass clatters to the deck, and he sinks to his knees like I've never seen him do. I'm glad there aren't many witnesses to this, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. All this time I thought I had it right. Even Shitza's expression is grim with pity. Is it too late for an apology? Never, says the spectre, his image wavering in and out of existence, as if it is not the destructive force that singed the Star Treader. Then I'm so sorry, Shiza, for being the blind agent of revenge. Taneil's apology is genuine, a thing I almost envy. I didn't know he was capable of such unfettered remorse. He's always so stubborn. But this, it defies his nature as a Minotaur, as his horns lower towards the deck. You did not deserve what I did to you. A smile finds Shitza's lean features. That's all I ever wanted to hear. Taneil looks up in time to see the spectacle of Shitza, this time rising like a star from the deck, losing his elven attributes, until he is but a speck of light, shooting up, through to the ceiling of the undersea and into the unknown. There is quiet aboard the deck, now that the spirit is gone. Taneil is hunkered over himself, clutching a fist to his chest. I can only imagine how he's feeling right now, knowing that he destroyed an innocent life. I want to comfort him, to tell him that he was right to be sorry for what he did. I want to tell him that he still has friends and a crew that cares deeply for him, but I don't know if I can muster the sincerity myself. So I remain silent, watching Taneil as he gathers himself off the beaten deck and sheathes his cutlass. He stands, his back to me for a long time before turning around. His expression is long with misery when he does. I should thank you. Don't, I say, keeping my lips pursed. I don't want to hear it. Taneil grits his teeth, but turns his face away to stare into the endless undersea. You're right. Sorry. So, I think... Now the apologies are coming easy, are they? I say nothing, not even sure why I'm still standing beside him, giving him the opportunity to speak at all. But he's been through a lot recently, and as angry as I am with him, I know it's because I care. Maybe a little too much. Bella, comes his muted voice. When can we talk about this rift between us? Not right now, I say easily. He sighs, and so do I. Soon, though. I hesitate, throwing a hand through my blonde hair. I don't know. You were just in a big fight, and we still have the rigging to fix. But afterwards... I don't know, Zrania Taneil. My voice echoes over the still waters, so I soften it. I'm just not ready to hear it. There's more I want to say, more that Taneil is expecting, but I just don't have it in me at this hour. Clean yourself up and stop acting like a grovelling idiot. I spit, turning on my heel and leaving him on the deck to figure it out on his own. There's a heat in my cheeks that won't go away, even as I brush past the other crew members who had watched the whole spectacle. I don't need their judgment or their questions right now. I need time to think. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 22. Taneil. Her rejection keeps rattling around in my head. Clean yourself up and stop acting like a groveling idiot. Sheets' revelation has struck a decisive blow, and worse, my crew saw the whole thing. I don't know if I'll ever live it down, but Bella's dismissal hits harder than the rest. I wanted to chase her and make her see how sincere I am, but it would only drive her further away. I paced my quarters, finding the cabin too cramped. She claimed the fight was a big one, so then why does my blood still boil for a real fight? And as suddenly as the notion comes, it dawns on me. I'm angry at myself. The shame that I've suppressed rises back to the surface, flooding me all over again. I'm the captain of the Star Treader. I should not harbor doubt or regret. And yet, that's what got me here in the first place, isn't it? I was so sure about Schütz's guilt that I didn't question his death. I never stopped to think if it was the right course of action, and an elf's innocent blood is on my hands. His forgiveness is a small relief, the crime still hanging over me like an anvil. I want Bella's counsel in this. I needed to hear something from my first mate, that I am not entirely the incompetent she made me out to be in front of our uninvited guest. But I have nothing but my own thoughts to keep me company. And the guilt? Always the guilt. At least we're finally on the right course, without the meddling of a ghostly wizard to steer us wrong. I should focus on our inevitable success. It is far more important than this distraction. Bella is leaving soon anyway. She told me herself, and I wouldn't dare to stop her from realizing her full potential. The Star Treader will be lonely without her, though. I will be lonely without her. When a shout above deck announces our arrival, I am relieved by the distraction later, I tell myself. I'll worry about all of it later, after we have the Red Ruin. Land ho! Someone calls from the crow's nest. Land ho! My crew assembles to bring the Star Treader to rest just short of the island, dropping our anchor with a plunk into the dark waters. It is good to have a crew I can rely on, content in knowing that they're all well versed in their duties. I don't know what we'll find on the island, so it's best to be prepared. Those coming with me, I call as they close the sails. Bring your weapons, we're going to find the Red Ruin. A punctuated huzzah. From the crew is the response, with a notable silence from a voice I would know anywhere. I think I see her among the others, but she disappears too soon. So she's not ready to talk yet? Give her time, I remind myself, waving for the boat to be lowered. Weapons are loaded in before Orr and Trigon, Sandra and Varen, and even Cassie hop aboard. I look around for Bella, hating to hope, but hoping nonetheless. She's still strapping a fine cutlass to her belt before she does, refusing to look me in the eye as she sits as far away as physically possible from me. We're handed 2 sets of oars before we're lowered into the water, our crew mute with expectation. Some look to me for guidance as the biggest of us begin to row toward shore. I'm not sure exactly what to say, Bella's silent judgment weighing heavy. This is it, I tell them. They expect more. My teeth grind together. After this, I continue, trying to think of a future where Bella won't leave us. We return to Minotaur as heroes. Trigon claps the side of the boat. Here! Here! His enthusiasm is swept along in the tide of silence from the others, of curious eyes and expectations. I can't forget myself in my misery. I have to act like a captain. So I stand, rocking the boat a bit, and even capturing Bella's evasive attention. The Selkies threaten to annihilate our home, but when we have the Red Ruin, it will destroy their infernal engine, and Minotaur will be saved by our hands. We are protecting our way of life today, and our efforts will not be forgotten. Pride yourselves in being the agents of liberation, and whatever may be in these caves, if we're together. I shoot a pointed look at Bella, whose eyes widen slightly before she looks away. Nothing will stand a chance against us. A cheer rises up from my crew. I keep a firm expression, noting how Bella's cheeks have gone a fine shade of red, even in the dim light of the undersea. Is it fury that she's holding back? I have to wonder, but not for too long as the hull of our craft hits the shallow silt. Excitement courses through me as we drag the vessel onto the beach, which is aglow with lichen and algae that thrives in the ocean's spray. My boots hit dry sand, which gives easily, making the trek up the dune a real battle. Orr reaches the top first, followed by Bella, out of the desire to stay away from me, no doubt, and Cassie and Trigon and Varen, who is unusually quiet today. Maybe he harbors judgment about my shameful encounter with the ghost, but he says nothing about it. I take up the rear, making sure everyone gets to the top before me, then look out across the island. Instinctively, I want to say something to Bella. I open my mouth to talk, but then meet her stony gaze and remember all over again why we're not speaking at the moment. It knocks the wind from my sails, and I let out a huff instead. We have a cave to explore, and a weapon to find. This cave goes on forever, Cassie whispers, holding her trident close. Varen lets out a little scoff. You think it would be easy? No, she retorts, though her eyes are wide with wonder at our surroundings. It was hard enough to get here. Why would taking it be any easier? As they spar, I remain focused on the evidence around us. There are clear markings of something big having come through very recently, dragging water and silt under its massive appendages. Some of the stalagmites have been shattered, while their stalactite twins remain intact. It gives me a rough idea of the size of the thing, towering well over a head above the tallest of us, and littered across the uneven floor is bones. So many bones, some as thick as my forearm, others as thin as a needle, and as numerous as the stars I miss fiercely. Whatever we're hunting persists on a diet of fish and sea creatures, though some resemble that of land-walking creatures, some even almost human. I don't allow us to linger too long in its feeding cave, moving us through to a winding tunnel. Sandra hoists her crossbow higher, her eyes peeled for any movement in the vast cavern. All of our evidence has led us to Spider Island and this cave. Bella walks ahead, drawing her cutlass. My eyes are not so keen in the dim light yet. I still notice the heavy appendage blocking her way. Bella, I whisper, wanting to drag her back myself, but too far away to do so. Bella, as your captain, I command you to wait. She scowls at me and presses on, but when the appendage starts to move, she rolls back as it lifts high in the air before slamming down right where she had just stood. Rocks and silt go flying, and it slithers back into the darkness. I told you to wait. She's still catching her breath at the fright, and swallows down her retort. Right. With little more than hand gestures, I tell Trigon to scout ahead carefully. We're close to the creature that inhabits this cave, and also the Red Ruin. I can feel it. Now, more than ever, we have to be cautious. Victory means nothing if we're dead. The thing is massive, bigger even than I first anticipated. If a single long tentacle could crush half our group. We're well within its lair and must proceed using every tool at our disposal, and guile is certainly one of them. We pass through the winding entry and it opens up again to a glittering cavern, crystals throwing light over every surface, and at its center is a massive amorphous creature, its huge tentacles twining around stalagmites and crushing them. But it's the horde beneath it that makes me pause. Glittering and glowing, beautiful objects and weapons and things far beyond its capacity to wield have been gathered. I can't see what consists of its head until it raises it. No eyes to speak of, but 3 massive nostrils flare. "I think it's noticed us," Cassie warns, and when it bares its long teeth, I have to agree. "Back against the wall!" I shout, shoving at Varen's stubborn form as he's the last to lose ground. The others don't hesitate, crawling up against the boulders around us as tentacles lash and crush rock with ease, searching for us. Sandra loads her crossbow and cranks it back. Varen, on the other hand, struggles against me. "Let me at it, Captain." "Do you want it to die?" "When did you get so cautious?" He tears from my grip and bolts straight at a flailing tentacle, his trident aimed at its base as he slams it into the stone. The prongs sink to the hilt, and there's a change in the creature's movements. Where it was angry, now it is in agony. The tentacle lashes back towards its owner, taking the trident with it, and almost Varen. "Get your butt over here!" I bellow at him as he dodges another sweeping tentacle, and finally he listens, throwing himself into a crevice between 2 boulders before a tentacle hammers down on his location. This creature might not be able to see, but it has obviously made up for its disadvantage with its ghastly appendages. I have no doubt it senses our movements when a bolt goes flying from Cassie's crossbow and strikes the creature's bulbous head just above its center nostril. 2 tentacles lash in her direction, nearly catching her if Bella hadn't collided with her, bringing them both to the ground. Sheer madness is what we're up against. It rears its ugly head and blows through its air holes, vibrating the cave and making it impossible to focus on our next move. Even my thick skull is rattled by the awful sound, and I shake my head to try and focus. I look at my crew, who scramble when the tentacles come within range. We need a real plan, but first, fall back. Varen is picking himself up as he hears my order, then charges by, taking 2 of the women with him. Cassie, caught in his grasp, issues an exasperated scream. "I almost had it." "No, you didn't," Veron retorts. Trigon, on the other hand, gnashes his teeth at my order, dodging a devastating blow from a tentacle. But he comes to his senses and spurs Bella to run in my direction. Or bolts close behind them, wasting no time. When everyone is through and back in the winding tunnel, I parry a tentacle with my cutlass and retreat with them, breathing hard. "Well, that went well," Cassie says with a frown as the sea creature shrieks in its defeat, making the walls tremble. "How are we going to get the Red Ruin now?" Or simply grunts. Bella says nothing, but there's a fire in her eyes, like she's considering our next move. I'd be an idiot if I didn't wonder, just a little, what she has planned.
Chapter 23. Bella. Our very survival now hinges on getting out of this damned cave alive, and with the Red Ruin no less. We could have tried to fight the sea creature in its own home. It might even work, but we'd lose a few of us, and I don't want to see that happen. These are my friends and crew. We've already been through so much together. I don't want to see any of them meet their end, here in the undersea. Not even Taneil. I may be mad at the bastard, but he's come through for us more times than I can count. And he still owes me a talk, even if I'm not ready for it yet. I figure he'll just come up with some idiotic plan of his own, regardless of the rest of us, and go about his merry way. But we need something solid. It's clear from the tunnels that this creature comes in and out regularly. If we were to get it away from the treasure for a short time, we might all have a fighting chance. And honestly, that's the best we can hope for. Taneil is looking at me funny. Shouldn't he be making plans? "Bella," comes my name off his thick tongue. "What are you thinking?" "Me?" I have to wonder, shooting him a look of irritation. "When have you ever listened to my thoughts on the matter?" "Since right now," he declares, hushing the others. "What have you got?" Everyone looks at me. Having their undivided attention is strange. Having Taneil's undivided attention is even stranger. I almost suspect it's a ruse, hardly able to comprehend the turn of events. Even through the walls, we can hear the sea monster thrashing about, likely still in search of us. It's huge, but that doesn't mean it's unbeatable. Well, I begin, taking all my companions in. I think it's reading the vibrations of the caves to find us. I'm not really keen on becoming lunch, so our best bet is to drive the monster away from the cave entirely. Several nods. I half expect an argument from Taneil, but he doesn't protest. Great. How do you suppose we do that? We've got some long-ranged weapons, I say, pointing at Cassie's crossbow. But once we have its attention, we need to move fast. This place is its home, and I don't really want to stick around for it to come back. My thought is to have the fastest few of us lead it out with noise and commotion through this way, I say, indicating the tunnel beyond and the cave it uses for feeding, while the others remain behind and wait for the creature to leave. I have a feeling that once it's out of the cave, it won't have the same advantage as it does now. We can lead it to the inland river, and that should guide it out to sea. Once it's rerouted, the others will come back and will loot its treasure. Out of habit, I look to Taneil. Does that sound like a plan? As good as any, he says, slapping his knee as if it's decided. Now, which of you is the fastest runner? There is silence, save for the sea monster, until a true grin breaks over his face. Trigon, you coming with me? My heart lurches in my chest, realising Taneil means to make it himself the bait. I don't want anyone to be on the wrong end of that thing's tentacles, but knowing he's out there, anticipating his return, already fills me with dread. But I shove it all down. He's still my captain, and I refuse to undermine him in front of the others. I glance away when Trigon agrees. Cass, give me your crossbow. I just cleaned it. She starts to argue before it's taken anyway, and the big brute brandishes an arrow. She rolls her eyes at his gruff handling of the weapon. If he breaks it, you're getting me another one, Taneil. He tips his horns at her. I'll get you two. That seems to quell her complaints. Everyone else, Taneil says, waving a hand to the massive cave that's currently being trashed by enormous tentacles. Find a safe place to hide while we make a ruckus. We move in tandem, spreading out within the cavern. There's enough light to spot a secure location, and I wave the others towards it. Orr tucks in next to Sandra and Cassie, while Varen waits for me before closing off the entrance with his own body. I think he means to protect us from any rock spray. Snuggled in like this, I can hardly see past the opening. But I can hear Taneil shout at the sea monster, his voice rising easily over the sound of crashing rocks. Hey, over here, you big brute. Something about its movement changes, and Taneil lunges backwards. Trigon pitches in. Not there, stupid, this way. While Taneil rights himself, Trigon aims the crossbow and fires, sending the creature reeling with pain. All its focus is on them, so when a massive body scrapes past our hiding place, we hold our collective breaths. It's not until the last of the tentacles drag past that we can breathe again. Taneil and Trigon are halfway through the next cave, and into what I hope is fresh air. Varen releases us from the shelter and Cassie brushes herself off. Well, In the distance, I can still hear their voices cajoling the creature out of the caves. I want to follow to be sure they make it to the water, but any noise could distract it, and then we'd all be in a world of trouble. Should we go after them? Orr asks. I only shake my head. Without Taneil, I'm the next in command, and I refuse to have their sacrifice be in vain. They'll come around and meet with us when they're done. I have to believe that. There's no room for the alternative. Get to the treasure and start looking. That seems easy enough, now that the monster is gone. They scramble up the steep rock face to look for the red ruin, while I remain planted, staring at the cave entrance. There's a pain in my chest that I can't quite name, but when I think about joining the others, I simply can't. This was my plan. If he dies, it will be my fault. I don't think I could ever forgive myself if Taneil doesn't make it back, after he was so happy to act on this suicide mission, and taking Trigon with him. I just have to hope they're as fast as they think they are. Every drip and clatter from the cave sets my nerves on edge. What if the sea monster comes back? What if Taneil doesn't? Each minute is agonizing, knowing that I could have sent them to their deaths. I know the others won't see it that way, but I might have just as well killed them myself for all the guilt that's building. Just as I'm about to lose hope, I hear the distinct sound of boots against stone and laughing, bellowing laughter that fills me with relief. Did you see it? As if I wasn't there! Goddess, that was a mighty chase. Just like that, the stupid beast. More laughter, and the pair come running around the corner, one with a crossbow, and the other with an empty scabbard and a grin plastered on his face. Something about Taneil's expression sobers when he sees me, and he slows. How's it going in here? I don a mask of indifference. He doesn't need to know how I worried about him. They're digging through the treasure now. It would help to know what we're looking for. Even as Trigon joins the others, Taneil lingers at the edge of the lip. There's something about his frown that I can't quite read. He's troubled, no doubt, but I'm not sure about what. He just bested a sea monster in a game of wits and won. He should be thrilled. You were right, he says. I'm not interested in him trying to fluff me up. I'm glad he's alive, but I'm still leaving after this job. He'll go back to his old ways soon enough, and I won't be able to stand it. He only listened this time because I'm mad at him. I kind of like him this way, but it won't last. Of course I was right. No, I mean it, he says. About everything. The creature was effectively blind once we left the cave. We were able to draw it out to the river, and it found its way to the sea all on its own. I'm sure it'll be back soon, but for now at least you bought us some time. Then don't waste it talking to me. I'm serious, Bella. His tone drops to something confidential as he grabs my arm and makes me turn to look at him. He's gruff, but the hesitation in his touch is enough to make me pause. Always so sure of himself, I'm surprised to find him uncertain. Leave it to the others to find the red ruin. I want to talk with you. I pull out of his grip and scoff. I'm so tired of hearing you talk. His lips firm and his brow knits together. And you say I'm the stubborn one. You are, I correct him. I turn heel and climb the steep slope to join the others. There's enough to keep us busy for hours in this place, the sea monster rather indiscriminate about what it has collected. From golden anchors to strange coins. A half-crushed ballista must have made a fine pillow for the thing, but the crew keeps searching. Occasionally, someone claims to have found it, but it usually ends up being some strange artifact from a species long forgotten. Nothing red about it. I'm managing the search when Taneil bellows from his low place. Bella! I grimace before turning to face him. What? As your captain? He begins the threat, but he doesn't need to finish it. The others slow in their search, watching me descend the rubble to face him. I'm not all too pleased with being interrupted, or having him use his authority to press conversation onto me. Do you want us to find the red ruin or not? I don't have time for... This time he doesn't say anything at all. Instead, he grabs my hand and lowers himself on one knee. Behind me, I can feel them cease their searching altogether, holding their collective breaths as Taneil makes an outright fool of himself in front of half his crew. I want to yank him to his feet and ask what's wrong with him. I really should. Component placement, but I don't, taken aback by the gesture. Taneil, what the hell are you doing?
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 24. Taneil. Taneil, what the hell are you doing? Even as she shoots me an incredulous look, she doesn't remove her hand from mine. That, at least, assures me that I have not entirely misread the situation. I can sense her breath coming shorter, the anticipation rising between us. Bella, I say, my tone heavy with intent. I love you. My crewmates pause in their search. Her lips part as if she's about to say something coy, falling short of it. Why here of all places? Why? Because I don't expect we'll have much time once you leave the Star Treader. That incredulous look is back, but it's softer. Taneil, Please, let me finish. I rub my thumb into the warmth of her palm, memorizing her beautiful face. For the longest time I was afraid that if I committed myself to another, they would die. One of her eyebrows rises. It was my fear that held me back from pursuing you in earnest. What has happened between us, I thought it was too good to be true. And with the dreams, Goddess, I was terrified to let you in. I didn't want anything to happen to you, so I kept you at arm's length. But the nightmares are gone, I confess. Bella, I love you, I repeat. Even if she doesn't feel the same, a great weight has been lifted off of my chest at the admission. And I never want you to leave. Wherever the wind takes us, I want to experience it with you at my side, like we have been. And hopefully so much more. I hear a distant guffaw from Orr, but the rest are silent. Bella seems speechless, starting a sentence before letting it die on her tongue. She shakes her head. Do you even hear yourself? She finally says. That sea monster could be back at any minute, and you're asking me to... She hesitates with a laugh. Taneil, you've always had horrible timing. You want me as your first mate that badly? I throw a grin at her. No, I say simply, making her eyes wide with uncertainty. I want you as my mate that badly. Her expression freezes, and it fully dawns on her what I'm asking. The very air has gone still in anticipation of her answer, my heart nearly stalling in my chest in wait. I squeeze her hand, trying to rouse a response out of her. Whatever it is, I've got tough enough skin to survive it, but I hope... Yes, Taneil, she finally says, her expression softening. But please stop embarrassing yourself in front of your crew and stand up. I'm laughing as I do, sweeping her into my arms in a single motion. Behind us, our crew whoops and applauds when our lips meet. I savor the taste of her, all sweet and soft. My head is buzzing with disbelief. I spent so long resigned to never being mated, but now that the storm is cleared, there is no doubt that I want to spend the rest of my life with Bella, whatever it brings. She breaks from the kiss, beaming as she links her arms around my neck. We should really get moving, don't you think? I nuzzle into her shoulder, taking in her scent. Whatever you say. There's a little click of satisfaction in the back of her throat before she levers up in my arms to shout at the crew. No one told you to stop searching, she calls, mocking irritation. Get all this crap onto the ship! We'll keep looking for it there. A smattering of yes ma'ams all around, and they get back to it. I let out a deep chuckle as I carry her towards the exit. You didn't have to be rude. Are you kidding me? She asks, relaxing in my arms. That's the only language they speak. And besides, I've got other business to attend to. I mock surprise. Like what? Bella leans in, brushing her full lips against mine. Do you have to ask? The simple motion makes me stiffen. And when she plants a kiss on my cheek, I can't get us back to the ship and my cabin fast enough. Bella takes me by the hand and slips past a stunned Taylor, whose question dies upon seeing us giddy and distracted. Did you find the... Later! Bella sings, giggling as she throws open my cabin door and we slip in like runaway lovers, not a captain and his first mate. But the moment the door closes, all my duties fade away. She leans against it, those sultry blue eyes of her measuring me up. "Finally," she murmurs, "I have you all to myself." There's a rumble in my voice when I find it. "Who's in charge here?" Her jaw hardens with defiance. "If you thought it was you, you're sorely mistaken." "Let's see who's sore after tonight," I say, catching her cheek and rubbing the warmth into her skin. It doesn't help that she leans into my touch and plants a kiss against my palm. Electricity shoots through me at the simple gesture, and it's all I can do not to claim her right here, right now. When she reaches for me, I drag her in hard against my chest, finding her lips with mine. Like fresh air, I can breathe again, sucking in her soft moan of surprise. Our tongues roll in a sensuous, eager dance. I grab her hip and force her to meet me, grimacing at the sweet pressure of her body against mine. "Do you see how wild you make me?" I ask, chasing my lips over the shell of her ear. "I need you, Bella." She shudders, but her fingers chase over my shirt, prying it open to reveal my downy chest. And when her fingers run through my fur, I feel the need to claim her, to take her, to show her just how wild she makes me. "Get on the bed." My words are soft, and I'm not sure she's heard them until our eyes lock. "Are you disobeying me?" I protest with a growl. "This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here."
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 25. Bella. I could get lost in Taneil's broad chest.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Whatever the future holds, we'll face it together. At that, I'm able to relax, taking a deep and restful breath. "Good," I murmur, letting exhaustion steal my sight. I like the sound of that.
Chapter 26. Taneil. Back in my familiar cabin, I poke at the open bag sitting on my desk. The material is coarse and thick, fraying with the centuries it has seen, the mottled colors now all brown with age. The bag's appearance is nothing like what I would expect of a fabled object of power, but the bag's contents is what strikes me as even more confusing. The deep crimson sand within shifts with each prod, looking exactly like strange, coarse sand that was gathered on some distant beach. I have yet to touch the contents of the bag with my bare hands, and likely never will, given the whispers of its destructive power. Still, I can't help but wonder what a bag of sand is going to do against the massive arcane engine and the army of Selkie warriors that await us. When we'd set sail for the Red Ruin, I'd imagined it to be a staff or sword, or at least some kind of recognizable weapon. But here it is, nothing but a strange bag of sand. We'd sailed a distant underground ocean, fought armies, killed and maimed all manner of creatures, all for a bag of sand. I huff as I poke at the bag again. In all honesty, I'm not quite sure what I expect from prodding at the thing. Maybe some apparition will appear and explain its usefulness, or perhaps the sand itself will whisper its secrets to me. Regardless, I can't think of much else to do with it. Mile was of little help, simply confirming that the bag of sand is indeed the object of power we seek. She has yet to tell us what it does or how to wield it, but in all honesty, she's received little of my undivided attention. Everyone has received little of my undivided attention, except for Bella. Even just thinking her name brings a small smile to my lips. The past few days have been everything I ever imagined and more. I never allowed myself to think that such happiness could be found in the arms of someone I truly love. I'd always believed that my dreams were indicative of the fact that I could never fall in love without facing severe consequences like the death of my mate. Even after the conversation I had with Mael that day on the forecastle, I thought that maybe my dreams were the product of my inability to truly love someone. But the dream stopped after I faced Shitza, and I quickly connected the two. Shitza had said he'd found a way into my dreams, and at the time I thought perhaps he was just a bystander, reveling in the torture my nightly terrors wrought upon me. Instead, after facing Shitza and the hard truth that I'd killed an innocent man, the dream stopped altogether. Between the lack of nightmares and the fact that Bella has hardly left my side, I've never slept better in my life. A quiet knock at my cabin door draws me from my thoughts, and I grunt my permission to enter. Trigon pokes his head into the cabin and gives me a lopsided grin. "It's about that time, old friend," he says. I return his grin, rising to my feet and straightening my jet-black tunic. I glance in an old, mottled mirror that hangs on the cabin wall, smoothing my wild white fur in anticipation. "The sea breeze is just gonna mess it up anyway," Trigon teases as I make my way through the doorway, the hall feeling crowded between the two of us taking up so much space. Trigon claps me on the shoulder as we begin to make our way up to the main deck, my heart pounding faster with every step we take. I've faced monsters, wizards, ghosts, and yet I'm more nervous for this than I was for all of those feats combined. We reach the top of the deck. The entirety of the crew gathered and sitting on various cargo boxes, arranged into rows, an aisle cutting down the center of them and leading to where Miles' hunched figure stands, presiding over the crowd. Every member of the crew rises to their feet as we approach, watching as Trigon and I walk up the center aisle to take our places to Miles' left. No sooner have we reached the makeshift altar does a heartbreakingly beautiful melody fill the deck, courtesy of Sandra, playing her flute soulfully from where she sits near the starboard railing. The melody melts through the air, sliding between crew members and filling the ship, each twist and turn of the song painting a story of love and triumph. As the song reaches its crescendo, each note climbing over the last as if fighting for dominance, I see her. Bella is a vision in white, her clean, simple dress clinging to the lush curves of her body that are usually hidden beneath a tunic and trousers. The sweeping neckline stops just between her mounds, small scraps of silk circling loosely around the tops of her shoulders. I've no idea where she would have gotten such a beautiful, painstakingly made gown in the middle of the undersea, but no doubt I have Mela's magic to thank for that. Taylor walks beside her, their hands twined together as they begin up the aisle. As they come closer, I can see how white Bella's knuckles are as she clutches Taylor's hand, and I have to stifle a grin. Our poor cookie might have a hard time using that hand over the next couple of days. Bella often doesn't know her own strength. It's an effort to keep the air in my lungs as Bella approaches, her eyes never leaving me. That sharp wit and brilliant mind shines behind her turquoise eyes, her dirty blonde hair swept back from her face with a few simple golden pins. Looking at her is like looking at the sun. Gazing at her, my future opens before me, full of love and laughter and needling and adventure. She is my world, my everything. Now I get to call her my mate. Taylor moves to the right to stand beside Bella as they reach the altar, Sandra's song sweeping to a final close as Bella turns to face me. The surrounding crew settles back onto their makeshift seats as Mile raises her hands dramatically. Today we witness the mating of Captain Taneil X to our beloved first mate, Bella Tanner, also known as Bella the Bold. Bella turns a darling shade of scarlet as a few laughs rise from the crew. A grin stretches over my face as I remember that moment. That night on the cliff top. It all seems so far away now. The guide brought you together, Mile continues as silence falls again. Knowing that the high seas and promise of adventure would draw you into one another's arms, your observance of her in your daily lives and tasks did indeed bring you together, although for far too long your fiery natures have kept you apart. A few scattered hears rise from the crowd as Bella and I grin at each other. Clearly, our relationship wasn't as secret as we thought. Now, today we ask Zukiev, Mother of the Minotaur, Lady of the Light, to bless this union. Mile turns to me and I produce a small golden ring engraved with depictions of the sea. With this ring, I say as I look into Bella's eyes, my voice suddenly thick with emotion, I stake my claim to you as my mate. I promise to love you, protect you, and hear you always. Bella's eyebrows shoot up at the last part, no doubt using humor to mask the glow of unshed tears in her eyes. She smiles up at me as I slide the ring onto her finger, a soft, warm smile full of love, as Taylor then hands her the ring intended for me. With this ring, Bella says, conviction in her soft voice, I stake my claim to you as my mate. I promise to love you, honor you, and always pick you up when you fall. Tears burn my eyes as Bella slides the ring onto my finger, lifting my hand to her lips to press a sweet kiss onto the knuckle above where the ring now rests. The silver ring glints on my finger, a small spot of black swallowing the light in the center. No doubt a nod to the black patch on my eye that Bella loves so much. It's settled then, Miles says behind us, some of that wicked Perna humor creeping into her tone. By the 13 Zukiev and whatever other deity you can think of, I confirm your mating bond. The words are hardly out of Miles' mouth before I'm scooping Bella into my arms, dropping my lips to hers in a ferocious kiss. Bella's hands twine into the fur at the back of my neck as her lips answer mine, all need and passion and crushing joy. The gathered crew erupts into cheers, clapping and stomping their feet. The shouting and hollering are most pronounced from our inner crew, Orr, Varen, and Trigon's voices ringing over the rest. Voral's tail smacks against the deck as Cassie hoots her approval, Sandra playing punctuating notes on her flute in time with the crowd's cheers, while Taylor claps and laughs over Bella's shoulder. Bella's lips break from mine as we finally come up for air from our heady kiss, and she grins wildly, raising her arms in triumph, while I still hold her above the deck tightly against my chest. I laugh at the unfettered joy on her face, feeling a reflection of it deep within me. All of those weeks spent wondering, the maddening days and torturous nights, the chanting of that stupid mantra, I'd do it all again if only to get to this moment. To get to Bella, to be able to call her my mate. Without setting Bella down, I stride back down the aisle through our cheering crew toward the steps that will lead us below deck. As much as I love all of them, and as happy as I am to have shared this moment with them, I'm done sharing. I want Bella all to myself. How long do you think it'll take? Bella murmurs sleepily against my bare chest, her legs tangled with mine beneath the velvety red blanket that I keep on my bed. I press a kiss to the top of her head, relishing the way I can feel her lips stretch into a smile against my chest. I don't know, I mumble into her hair, squeezing her closer. Hopefully a long, long time. Bella giggles happily before wiggling out of my grasp, craning her neck up to look up at my face. I doubt it'd be a good thing if it took too long, she says, humor sparkling in her eyes. I shrug, pulling her tighter against me again, not wanting to be without the sensation of her bare skin on mine. We'll have friends before we try and destroy the arcane engine this time, I tell her, my voice low and slow with sleep. The Selkies won't know what hit 'em. If Miles' right about this island we're sailing toward, Bella says pointedly, earning a snort from me. Since when do you doubt our Purna? I ask, feigning shock. Bella laughs again, and I revel in the sound, trying to commit it to memory. I'm not doubting Mile, she says. It's just that people can be fickle things. Who knows if the inhabitants of this island are actually going to want to help us take down the Selkies and their engine. They may be worried about incurring the serpent's wrath. They should be more worried about incurring mine, I grunt back playfully. I can practically feel Bella's eyes roll as she nuzzles closer to me sleepily. These are tomorrow's problems, I whisper into the top of her head as her breathing grows more rhythmic. Sleep, my love. As sleep crowds the edges of my vision, I know one thing for certain. Whatever the future holds, I'm not worried about it. I have Bella, and she's all I'll ever need.